Primary school teacher and just booming around or something. I did invite him. I mean, I was annoyed he wasn't on the bingo card. True, we could have thought that. The problem was we were trying to think of things. We don't know everyone as well as other people. Well, exactly. So we figured Chris ended up finding it.
Well, good morning. Welcome to coverage of Gloucestershire against Kent in the MATCHDAY one-day cup from a very sunny Bristol, although there was, mention it quietly, a tiny drop of rain overnight. So anybody who'd thought they might be able to place a bet on the next time there would be any rain in this part of the world would have lost out. Welcome back to Ed Seaborn as well. I'm delighted to say is back with us on the stream today. The news from the toss is that Gloucestershire for the third time out of 3 matches in this competition have won the toss, and Jack Taylor has decided that Kent will have a bat. I'll give you the Kent team and Ed can do the Gloucestershire side. So one change for Kent from their win over Northants on Friday, and they've effectively strengthened the batting a little bit. It'd be a shame not to see Keith Dudgeon because I've heard a lot about him. Ben Dawkins, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Sam Northeast, Harry Finch, Chris Benjamin, Jaden Denley, and then probably Everson, Ekant Singh, Grant Stewart, Matt Milnes and Matt Parkinson. So with Stewart batting at 9, that's quite a deep batting order for Kent in particular. They don't have Mikey Cohen or Fred Clarkson because of injury, and they've started with their first game within. They've only played 1 game. Gloucester played 2, obviously. And at Taunton on Friday couldn't chase 354, albeit there was a small boundary on one side, wasn't there? So
there was, yes.
That was a bit deceptive, perhaps. 354 might have been not quite worth that on a bigger playing area. But today, Gloucester, what have they done with the team?
Well, they have made one change, so they're playing the extra bowler today. So Aman Rao comes in to the side, and I suppose will probably bat down at 9 somewhere like that, and Joseph Eklund drops out, so that means still, I guess, with Graham Van Buren coming in at 7 and Daz Ahmed, who got his maiden professional 50 in that game, coming in at 8, it's not a obviously short batting lineup, and they've decided they're going to try and bolster the bowling side of things with Luke Charlesworth, Will Williams, Aman Rao and Daz Ahmed forming a 4-pronged seam attack, as well as the spin options of Graham Van Buren, Jack Taylor and Ollie Price, who combined in that Somerset game. The spinners actually did a fantastic job, considering that they were bowling to a short boundary and right-hand, left-hand combination when Vaughan and Lammonby were batting, for example, which is never the easiest thing to do, but unfortunately, as it turned out, just too many runs and just not quite enough from the top order.
No, certainly I think with 10 overs to go, with Ahmed and Van Buren both fairly well set, 83 off the last 10 was not impossible, but they would have had to have taken Gloucestershire all the way, or very, very close to all the way, to have secured the win. Umpires for today, James Treadwell and Bilal Shafiat will be on duty in the middle. The pitch they're using is a little bit towards the man stand side, so it's a long boundary towards the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. It is a family fun day today, so that the large parts of that, what would normally be the car park, have got stalls or functions set up on it, and that will be open on a day when obviously they were expecting or hoping to have a rather younger crowd perhaps than you would on a Friday night game in the T20.
Is that why you're here, Ian?
Yes, I'm raising the average age. But no, good to be back doing some 50 over cricket, because this is a format that those who like to watch Championship cricket can perhaps identify with a bit more. There is a proper sense of building an innings, a chance to recover if you have a bad start.
And also, as a spectator, you turn up, you know you're going to see a result on the day, but it's not going to be over so quickly that you don't have time for a cup of tea and a bit of a chinwag, I think.
Yeah. So young Ben Dawkins, he's 19 years old. It's amazing given how many runs he's actually scored for Kent in red ball cricket, as well as in the in this format, that he's still only on a rookie contract, but he's got his captain out there with him, with Daniel Bell Drummond, who has been a really good operator for Kent over a long period of time. And if you are joining us on the stream from the Garden of England, I hope you can stay with us for as much of the day as possible.
I'm not sure if the Garden of England needs as much water as most of them around the country. It certainly did hammer it down at about 4 a.m. this morning, but you wouldn't know too much from some patches of the outfit. But I have to say, compared with, for example, Northampton, where I was not so long ago, where I don't think there was a tiny amount of green on any of that outfield at all.
No,
it
feels a bit like an oasis here at the moment. Yeah. But Will Williams is going to open the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. On your return, Ed, would you like to take the first over?
Oh, thank you. What an honour. A bit of gentle away shape from Will Williams, but Dawkins playing comfortably from the crease. Tall man. And I guess opening the batting with Zach Crawley in the Championship for a while. Sort of two relatively similar looking players, really. They both like to dictate off the front foot, being tall, they can rise up and play the short ball well as well. Straight to delivery from Williams, targeting the pads. Dawkins coming a little bit across his crease there.
You and I were talking sort of around and about the T20 and saying that, you know, it isn't Will Williams' strength. I know this is still a white ball, but he was fairly expensive at Taunton on Friday, albeit with that short boundary. He may feel he's got more chance of being effective in this format.
Well, he did. Actually, his best spell came probably at the period where he's bowled the least in his career. The way that he hid the ball outside Josh Thomas's off stump at the end. Actually, Gloucestershire could have been chasing 380 if he'd not done that. And he was almost goading Josh Thomas into leaving the ball because he was bowling so wide, it was outside the wide line. Driven past cover. So the first run, but just the one run. As Hammond goes launching himself away, so Dawkins off the mark, and we'll see Daniel Bell-Drummond on strike for the first time. Somebody who's not always been available for Kent in this competition, having played, I suppose, a decent amount in the 100 and also a bit of an injury concern last year in the One Day Cup, hence he ended up unfortunately sitting alongside me.
I'm sure he enjoyed that.
I hope he did. He probably enjoyed it more than that. Which appears to have come off his glove for his first run straight away. But he's got a fine record, Daniel Bell-Drummond, especially in List A cricket. And these numbers, because he's played a certain amount in the 100, these numbers are not skewed by the fact that he's been playing against teams who haven't got their first choice bowling attack. He averages 44 plus in List A cricket with 700s, so nearly 4,000 runs. A fine player, and somebody Gloucestershire would like to see the back of early, needless to say. Edging, and they've taken that second slip out, and it will be a single, but they had Daz Ahmed in there at second slip earlier on in the over. It's amazing how quickly that slip does go out, and this is not a criticism at all, it's just what happens in white ball cricket. But I think there's a chance that may have gone to second slip, 3 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, Ahmed and Bancroft in as the close catchers initially for Will Williams, but we're going to have Luke Charlesworth from the Bristol Pavilion end.
Jaden Denley is the only left-hander in this Kent
that's
lineup,
right.
which is something that is quite common for Kent, even when they won the T20 Blast. Would that have been now 2021? I think Alex Blake may have been their only left-hander when they did that. Yeah. So they don't.
Well, Blast in 21
doesn't
and
bother them.
No, Blast in 21 and this competition in 22. So back to one slip, and Charlesworth pushes off and sprints in from the Bristol Pavilion end. Played quietly out by Dawkins into the offside, fielded by Hammond. A lot of, but virtually every Gloucestershire player fielding in a cap today. It is a bright morning, and the early arrivers are just getting a little bit of shelter down outside the thatches from the parasols. Charlesworth's got umpire James Treadwell at his end, and it's defended by Dawkins. Good to see Daz Ahmed get a score. Actually, I was talking to Joe Phillips on the way in, having parked the car this morning, and he said he's very much a bowler who bats, but that just showed that he's not just getting a 20 or a 30. He can.
No, and he's got a lot of his runs in very, back to the wall situations.
Yeah, has potential to do more than that. Charlesworth in, and is there a nick there? Tracy and Bancroft seem pretty convinced. The bowler not too interested, which tends to be a strong indicator.
It's hammered in on a length, isn't it? Well, you can't really tell too much from that, but Dawkins did his best not to look very guilty, and Charlesworth just turned around and walked back really once it was turned down.
He only went up when the keeper went up. Dawkins knows in this format you do have the time to properly build a platform.
Yeah, and I always think when
unlike
it comes
in the T20.
Yeah, very much so. And I always think when it comes to the Metro Bank One Day Cup men's wise, if you're 40 without loss after the power play, you can get very carried away with maybe the way that England, for example, have played 50 over cricket. Slightly different beast here.
4 inside the circle on the offside. That's wide down the leg side, though.
Especially because a lot of the time you're playing, you know, we've seen a lot of games on outgrounds or even possibly more than outgrounds on some club pitches. And especially if you're batting first, you can fall into a serious trap of going too hard in the first 10, losing early wickets, and then your chance of a decent score is gone.
I had a message from somebody who went to Kibworth on, what was it, Wednesday of last week?
Don't ask me on days of the week, you know I'm terrible on those.
Charlesworth in his first over. Oh, in the air from Dawkins, but just popped up safely on the leg side. And the message I got was seriously small at Kibworth. So, you know, even by outground standards,
I have to say
it felt as if that was
it seemed to make up for it in terms of what was happening on the 22 yards from what I saw.
Yeah.
Hence we didn't end up with 400 plays 400.
Dawkins waits for Charlesworth. Well, that's a nice bounce from the younger of the two Charlesworths. He'll be pleased with the carry, and that's something that I think has been evident. I'm sorry, the weather helps in that. Evident at Bristol this season is that the carry has been good a lot of the time.
Yes, and it's not just because Duan Janssen, 6'7" tall, that he ended up bowling a ball over James Bracey's head in the T20 Blast. So, very much so. Pitches this season have offered the seam bowlers something, not just in terms of sideways, but a bit more pace. Fiddled away by Beryl Drummond.
Ahmed back in, you notice at first slip.
Yes, you're right. He was first rather than second slip. Bancroft moving over to second. It's often the case that you maybe stick your most agile slipper at second rather than first.
I wonder whether Ollie Price would have been in there, but for his injury issues.
Oh, bowled him! There's a wicket early on, and we mentioned Beryl Drummond's numbers and experience, and that is a key early strike for Gloucestershire. Will Williams, a straight ball, an inside edge from Beryl Drummond. And it just seemed to carry straight on, really. He's been getting, as he does, a hint of a way swing on some of his deliveries, but that one, we'll have to see again whether we could see the seam on that as to whether it was held cross seam or whether it just didn't swing. He says, getting his magnifying glass out, that looked more like the away swinger that didn't swing, actually, that one. But anyway, it's worked a treat for Gloucestershire and for Will Williams. Kent for one.
Wouldn't have gone over the top of the stumps by much, that, I don't think. I mean, it was a good length ball, but as Sam Northeast walks out at number 3, we were talking about the carry, and yet that one actually probably not much above stump top of off.
No, and I suppose that's also where we'll get a better sense of it looking from behind. Does he even inside edge it at all? It's just gone straight through the gate. But when you've got Luke Charlesworth bowling from the other end, getting it to fly through and hitting more back of a length, and Williams looking to pitch it up more, there'd be a yard or two's difference in terms of speed out of the hand as well. And I suppose that can be where you've got quite an effective bowling partnership in terms of the fact that Drummond maybe, apart from just the fact that he was beaten through the gate, maybe expecting a bit more bounce than he got. Sam Northeast is out there. Good start from Will Williams, who is not missing his mark in the early going here.
Something I'd forgotten about, I think I'd forgotten about Will, was that there was
How do you make sense of that? You think you've forgotten something which...
Because I seem to remember this...
But you sound now you remember. You think you've forgotten, but you remember all over the place here.
I'll get back to the point after this.
Flicked away by Northeast, but he'll pick out mid-wicket.
Obviously, Will did a lot of media at the start of the season, obviously having signed last year, and there was a comment, maybe even a tweet at Somerset about a flying catch that he took, and the terminology it had this implication that he has some pilot training. Is that right?
Yes, he I think he sees that potentially being his life after cricket. Northeast underway, pushing for a second, which they will come back for. As the throw comes in, but Northeast quick enough.
But I'd kind of forgotten that had been mentioned back in the early part of the season, and then of course, but the wording was such that the implication was this link to being a pilot.
Yeah, I think I can't remember whether he's got his licence already. Yeah. Forcing shot off the back foot and a great stop from Ollie Price at backward point, injured hand or not. He saves 4 runs there and gets a high five on his right hand rather than his left. 6 for 1 after 3.
Yes, in terms of breakthrough, any wicket in the first 3 overs welcome, but particularly one with Bell Drummond's experience. Not that Sam Northeast is short on that front. Now back at the county where he originally made his name, of course, having gone elsewhere in between Hampshire and Glamorgan.
So it made, going back to that Will Williams thing in a mo.
Luke Charlesworth. Dawkins doesn't want to run there. There never was one.
Reminds you a bit of Ricky Elcock, who became the first black pilot for Virgin Atlantic after his playing career.
Can I say that he is going to be a speaker at the Cheltenham Cricket Society this winter?
Do you know, it's almost as if I teed you up for that one.
Ah, well done. I can't think which month is he doing? He's doing February, I think, February 27. Driven on the bounce back by Dawkins. And in fact, Mark Allane's doing an evening in November as well. Obviously, he's got collaborated with Stephen Chalk over a book.
Yes,
and,
pack your bags, brother.
Yeah, and Stephen will be hosting Mark on that evening.
Wow, so I'm being told that not only is Will Williams a qualified pilot, but he's also a pilot instructor.
Oh,
qualified as that already, so it's a bit better than that even.
Back to one slip for Charlesworth, pulled forcibly. And there's a big gap away at mid-wicket, and Dawkins was going to climb into that. It was the wrong length, really. Just stand and deliver.
Yes, we attacked that with fury, Ben Dawkins, and that's what he can do. He really can dictate terms out there. His tall, imposing figure, and gets that front foot down the pitch and drives. With Bell shorts at him, he'll take it on.
Charles will try and find some sort of a response. If you have joined us since the start, just to tell you, there was one change in each team from the round on Friday. So Joey Everson in for Keith Dudgeon in the Kent team, and Aman Rao in for Joseph Eklund in the Gloucestershire side. So the batting, in theory, weakened a little bit, but the bowling side definitely strengthened. Clipped again pleasantly away by Dawkins. There is a boundary right out at deep square, and there'll only therefore be a single.
So it's interesting leaving mid-wicket open in terms of it's quite a strong offside field, but as we saw there, that was played pretty much perfectly in the gap at mid-wicket, but they still only got one because that being the shorter side of the boundary, Darrowell was able still to keep it to a single, but now they're going to change and put the mid-wicket in.
It's probably a 40-60 kind of split on the length of the boundary. It's not very short on the leg side, but the balance would definitely be towards the scoreboard side of the ground.
I'm sure it's 60 yards though, judging by the 30-yard circle. That'd be twice, and maybe about halfway, maybe 60 up 60 on the dot, something like that.
Charlesworth, fuller delivery this time.
It's going to be a mighty hit to the other side though. That's got to be. So I don't know. What do you reckon? 75 yards.
With only the one left-hander, we're going to see the spinners bowling a lot from the Ashley Down Road end, I wonder. That's what logic would say.
We're getting some really accurate estimates here from
I think
James Healy with the cameras, who's now holding both fingers in front of him as though he's dousing for water.
I would say it's 60.
I don't think you find many or much of that around
60
here.
to 65 maybe on the scoreboard side, the shorter side.
Dawkins across his stumps, as he has been doing a few times. And I suppose, again, it's very similar to, I can keep banging on about it and it probably isn't very helpful, but again, similarly, Zach Crawley would have played at that delivery as well, and it was a ball which, you know, in other instances you might say you didn't have to play at. Oh, there's a big flash and a miss. Williams with a bit more of a tempter outside the off stump, and again you know that Dawkins wants to feel bat on ball just a little bit of a way shape, and it doesn't have to be much. It was very nearly the right amount to take the edge. He's a free-flowing player at his best, Ben Dawkins, and we've certainly seen some of his best this season.
Just to go back to that one change in the Gloucestershire side, it wasn't until I started looking at the squads for this game yesterday that I realised that Eckland had played for Hampshire in this competition, both in 2023 and 2024.
Yeah, I think they did. I have to look back. I had a feeling that they did make potentially a playoff game, something like that, one of those years, which he played in. Clipped away to fine leg. Luke Charlesworth some work around the boundary, but he's got a strong arm, so they won't take on the throw for a second.
So although he's new to Gloucestershire in this competition, and he's still only 22, he's not new to this level as a complete rookie, if that makes sense. I think only signed for Gloucestershire for this tournament.
Indeed, and as we know from the last game, Somerset signing a keeper on the verge of the tournament, starting as well. Quick single into the onside. But I suppose it is the kind of thing that this competition's about, really. I know, I'm not sure that I like it being called a development competition. I don't really buy that so much, but it is an opportunity to have a look at players for multiple reasons. Not just because it's a good introduction to
development
everything.
Development to me would say, right, no players over the age of 23. That's what I call a development competition.
But I suppose also then you have the senior players to help them develop a bit as well. But anyway, it is a great opportunity to look at some players across a 50 over format where you've got a little bit of time, but you can also see whether they can brutalise the ball as well. And in terms of a little bit also just the time that it happens in terms of player movement as well, starting to look a little bit towards squads for next year, county-wise, with the T20 over and the last block of the Championship coming up. And also players are talking to other teams and moves are starting to be announced.
Charlesworth to continue. That's got over the top of by North East. I'll just get a single out to Darrowell, who hasn't taken him long in his short Gloucestershire career to be seen as a very important boundary rider in white ball cricket. He's got a good arm, he's quick over the ground.
You get the youngster out there.
Well, it's there or short leg in the Championship, isn't it, normally?
Yeah, I'm sure Captain Darrowell would be your ideal build for a short leg.
Oof, Yorker dug out. And well dug out.
He does like to try those, doesn't he, Luke Charlesworth? He's not averse to a Yorker at any time. That was a good one. Dawkins down the pitch as well, so you've sort of got to... you've almost got to run in and bowl a half volley to somebody that's staying in their crease with the amount that Dawkins comes down.
I've got Daz Ahmed at mid-wicket as well for that attempted pull that brought a boundary in Charles's previous over.
Yeah, I think it's probably, and with the slip in as well, it's probably a field that gives Luke Charlesworth a bit more of a licence to, I suppose, attack the stumps, and if he does want to bowl a short ball as well, there's a chance that that could be miscued to that fielder as well as one that is hit a bit better out to deep square.
Yeah, fine leg is up, third man is back for Charlesworth. That's on the bounce and stopped to his right at the... Could have been only one anyway, with Van Beeren, I think, down at third man, but Bancroft made sure that even that wasn't added to the Kent score.
Just closed himself off a little bit with that stride, Dawkins, meaning he then had to come across the front pad a little bit, and the bat not coming down quite straight, and that produced the edge, but soft enough hands. And that time he didn't close himself off, which is why it was a perfect full defence.
Yeah, he's trying to keep the stumps in the game here, Luke Charlesworth, isn't he? Very much. That's why they're there, ultimately.
Well, it's been the MO this season, really, hasn't it? For the most part, it's been bowl at the sticks.
Busy approach, Charlesworth, and another defensive prod this time from Dawkins. So half a dozen overs shared between Charlesworth and Will Williams. And there's the one boundary.
I'm glad you didn't say wagon wheel, because I'm not sure you can call that any sort of a wheel.
It's a graphic,
It's
isn't
not
it?
going very far.
And there's had a fleeting look at Will Williams'
there we go.
equivalent.
This is very instructive, thank you. I'm sure I'll come up with something intelligent to say about that in a moment, once the graphic disappears. There's not many lines on it. That's all I've got. Nicely bowled from Williams. And whilst the previous over from Luke Charlesworth wasn't a maiden, because there is that sense of pressure from the opening bowlers and the home crowd, who I suppose we've got a couple of 50-over matches with the 2 50-over games at Cheltenham in terms of Bristol men's 50 over cricket. Chance for them to really get invested in these games. It's more back of a length and nicely worked by Northeast into space for a second.
Just worth mentioning at this point, if you had thought of or had thought or are thinking of coming to Cheltenham, a reminder that the first of those games is actually sold out unless you're a member. That's the game against Notts on Sunday the 9th of August. And the Northants game on the 11th, there are tickets still available, but there are not that many. I think I saw a figure of something like 80% sold, I believe. So if you are thinking of going to that game, then don't delay in terms of your...
Yes, don't wait until the day.
No. I think that kind of proves that the festival crowd up there like their 50 over cricket.
Yeah, I think
always have done.
So, and it's it's a great venue for any format. Obviously, we would say that because we're biased, but visitors tend to say that as well. Keeper up to the stumps now, trying to pin Dawkins in his crease, which has been something we've seen work an awful lot, not just in terms of county cricket, but internationally. Test cricket of late, trapping English batters in their creases that tend to like to negate movement and come at the ball a little bit as well by coming down the pitch a little bit. Still a slip in. Not much change in line of attack from Will Williams, and just because the keeper's up, I suppose. I mean, you have to change it when you've got a gloveman of the quality of James Bracey. But I suppose you're as much thinking about pinning him on the crease LBW as anything else really by bringing the keeper up. Another edge, but played softly enough by Dawkins, who's having to work really hard here, 8 off 30. And another over that's only produced 1 run. And Williams, who the impression that every run that's scored off his bowling is almost a personal insult sometimes. 4 overs, 1 for 8. 15 for 1.
And also, and I think you and I have spoken, not necessarily on the stream, but certainly off it, about discipline and not bowling multiple wides in white ball cricket, just the one at the moment. Charlesworth to continue. He's literally bowling wicket to wicket at the moment, Luke Charlesworth.
Yeah, this is a very good spell. He did find some hostility in the first couple of overs, which, as I say, may or may not have played a small part in the wicket at the other end. But he has tried a Yorker, he has tried a short ball. Most of his deliveries have been top of off, which is normally a good place to bowl.
There's the attempted Yorker again. Williams at mid-off, he's just having a chat with Jack Taylor there. He's constant ability to pass on whatever he is seeing to the bowler at this end, which at this Charlesworth at the moment, it may become Aman Rao at some point. Squeezed out by Northeast. But that one, Dawkins has only really had one freebie, so to speak, with that one short ball that he was able to pull away through the leg side. But other than that...
And I think as an opening bowler whose role is less a sort of pitch it up swing type bowler. I think you're entitled to try the odd bumper and challenge the batter as well.
Oh, that will probably be 4. Darrowell trying to pursue it round the boundary, but that was just leg side enough from Luke Charlesworth. And North East clipped it away, not very gracefully in terms of his footwork, but way towards the ice cream outlet, which will probably be doing a decent trade today. Kent put in, and has good habits of having picked up a boundary, if you squeeze a single off the next ball, rotate the strike.
It's so often a player, Sam, North East, that you feel you sort of have to get early, or you know that he's got the ability to play really big innings. I mean, people, I'm sure, know about the quad ton and the record score at Lords, but he's got a highest List A score of 177, so he's perfectly capable of going really big in this format as well.
There's a Dawkins. In fact, of course, North East was... he was going to be the glue of that Glamorgan chase at Cheltenham in the tie as well, wasn't he? He batted a long time in that game.
Very much so. And I think it was when North East was out that you thought, well, there's probably a decent chance Gloucestershire still hang on for the win here. And then, of course, Mason Crane came in and played a remarkable innings in that situation. North East and Labuschagne, if Glamorgan were even going to get close to pulling off what was the unthinkable, and still kind of is the unthinkable, I suppose, given that it didn't quite happen. But you felt as though both North East.
My memory says that he got something like 160 odd.
Yeah, I would have put my money on it being over 150 as well, but I'll have a look. I don't normally need any excuse to talk about that game.
So Williams to bowl. He's 5th though, but this is yours, Ed.
It is, yes. Okay.
You got that card, have you?
Yes. I have, if I would actually tell it which year. So North East made 187.
Oh, there you go.
277 deliveries. Labuschagne, 119. Again, square leg. Kept fairly busy. Darrowell being given a break from boundary riding with a deep third and a fine leg for Will Williams. Labuschagne was caught brilliantly by Cameron Bancroft at backward square leg. They tried all sorts of ways of getting him out and eventually put Bancroft in an almost catching backward square leg. And Labuschagne flicking Webster straight to that fielder. I mean, looking down that card, and you sort of forget about Douthwaite 39, Van der Guchten 31. Remember, well, I remember Crane's innings 43 not out, and then 2 needed off the last over, and he turned down the single the first 3 balls of it, I think it was. Helping it away, just back of a length from Williams. Really dug in that short of a length. Single to North East. But pretty much everybody chipped in with something, and Andy Gorvin, 31 balls, 7 runs. Captain Gorvo for Glamorgan.
I mean, that card looked very odd from the first of those 2 games at Neath this week, didn't it? Yeah. With the 200s, and I think nobody else got past 20.
That looked a bit like the first innings of that Cheltenham tie in terms of scores. Skipping around there, Dawkins. and only finding a single, so not exactly rattling along at 2.5 and over, but having lost that early wicket, they've been kept tight ever since. Some disciplined Gloucestershire bowling.
It still feels like a competition though, where high, above average scores are the norm.
That's a fine little tickle. Williams cross with himself as North East just given the opportunity down that leg side. There is a fine leg, but nowhere near that fine. A rare, probably the only time in his 5 overs that I can remember where Will Williams has just missed his line and gets picked off for 4. So North East just get the troubling sense a little bit that his footwork started to become a little bit less jumpy and his defensive shots a bit less fiddly. And from a Kent point of view, that's a reassuring sight, but from a Gloucestershire perspective, I'd love another wicket here, even whilst they've got control of the scoreboard in this first power play, but really it's the only actual power play.
It's the first phase, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Harry Finch, you've got a nice 85 on Friday, due to come in next again. Charlesworth going for the Yorker.
They do have so much batting down the order, Kent. I mean, you mentioned Grant Stewart coming in somewhere around 8, maybe
maybe 9.
And when you think the extraordinary innings that he played on this ground last year, it's quite handy to come in down there.
Charlesworth, and that's a big wicket. That is a big wicket. Dawkins goes. Charlesworth peels off in celebration. And generous applause from the players' area downstairs in front of the pavilion. So the length on this is just really, having bowled the Yorker the ball before, just dragged his length back a little bit. But it's that concept that we have mentioned in the first half an hour or so of play, keeping the stumps in the game.
It was a bit fuller than top of off, actually, but it the way it came out of the hand just presented half a drive opportunity for Dawkins, and then he was, I suppose, realising it's not actually a drive ball, this, and by that time it was through him. So a reverse angle, yeah, well, it was pretty close to the top of off, actually, but first list day wicket for Luke Charlesworth, so a big moment for him.
Yeah, obviously he only played his debut at Taunton on Friday.
Again, the danger is that on the Gloucestershire stream you come across as biased, but I think the quality of this opening spell has very much deserved a wicket.
Yeah, they've not been too much loose. And Harry Finch is indeed now in at number 4.
Had a fine innings of 85 against the juggernaut that is the Northamptonshire Steelbacks in the first game for Kent, so coming in some good form to start the one-day cup. Not many beating Northamptonshire across any format, and they'd won their first in the one-day cup before Kent played them and beat them at home at Canterbury.
So Finch to face and Bracey optimistically raising an arm, whether that was just in exaltation of another dot. What did you say earlier, Ed? Teams don't get too hung up about being 40 for no wicket.
Well, I sort of think that's...
Which is
I don't know
fine.
whether that's teams or whether that's
Yeah.
just me, but I still feel that you see so many big scores in this competition from that sort of a start.
Tipped away by Finch, very fine, and that will just go for 4. Aman Rao can't stop it.
He's got a long reach, Aman Rao, but just a bit too much to do, and that was a delivery which Finch would have fancied picking off. And just a little bit of a bobble right at the last moment, not criticising
leg and middle,
the
wasn't it,
outfield
really?
at all, but it was maybe just a little bit of a hop over his dive as well at the last.
See many actual
Just what I was
leaves.
thinking, yeah. They have been asked to play almost everything here.
So I think 2 wickets for Gloucestershire in the opening 10 overs. They'll feel that's not the worst start, and the fact that the board has not been moving very far. So can Charlesworth get out of the power play with conceding another boundary? It's a good tidy stop from Miles Hammond. So Charlesworth 5 overs for 16, Will Williams 5 overs for 14, both have a wicket, and Kent 30 for 2. As we tend to technically enter power play 2, but enter the second phase of this Kent innings. They were put in after Gloucester won the toss. Williams is going to continue. And we should say at this point that we are going to have a third voice with us on commentary today. Alice Bird from the Gloucestershire women's team will be joining us at 2 points, in 1 point in each innings. So it'd be great to have her as part of the stream commentary today. If you watch the women's team on the stream, or live for that matter, you'll have seen some impressive bowling from Alice during the 2020 campaign in particular, when Gloucestershire got to the second tier finals day. So a debut for her on the stream a little later on.
So the field restrictions relaxed, but being on top at 30 for 2, Gloucestershire are only going to use the opportunity to put one more fielder outside the circle than they had. So a deep third, a fine leg and a deep square, but way off the boundary, which I think we'll see everybody doing today. It does leave the awkward possibility of a ball going over your head and being 4, but at the same time, if you field on the boundary, then it's basically just an easy clip for 2. So you've got to field off the boundary. No slip, but a short extra cover now. And a straight delivery. Northeast thinking about a second, but again, Luke Charlesworth quick to the ball. He's fielded well at fine leg as well as bowled well in his opening spell. Going back to that point about the power play, though, I think the other reason why, particularly in the one-day cup, I feel as though the power play is so often the most dangerous part because of the composition of a lot of the attacks around the country. Back of the length and quick single, well taken. Nothing that Joe Phillips, who's on as a sub-fielder, can do about that, despite hitting the stumps direct at the non-striker's end. It's an athletic piece of fielding from Phillips, who's on as a substitute fielder. But if you look at, I don't know, just going down the other fixtures today, maybe a little bit, but you can pick out a lot of really high-class new ball bowlers. Like Warwickshire have got Ethan Bamber and Ollie Hannon-Dolby opening the bowling for them. Clipped into the leg side, and Darrywell, that's why he's fielding a few yards off the boundary, because if he's any further back, that would have been 2. He does have an arm on him, doesn't he, Darrywell? But several other teams, I mean, Nottinghamshire have got Brett Hutton opening the bowling for them, who'd opened the bowling for them in a championship match and for the current holders of that title.
I don't see Daz Ahmed out there at the moment.
He's putting his bowling boots on. You know, Worcestershire have got Tom Taylor, who was the leading championship wicket taker in the country last year. Most people have their quality opening bowlers. Derbyshire have got Ben Aitchison, who's having an insanely good season. So that's almost where the big threat comes from, as much as maybe you get a bit of spin through the middle, but if you are a mystery spinner, or I guess, you know, one of the top spinners in white ball cricket, and if you are a death bowler especially, then you're probably not playing in this competition at this stage of your career anyway. You might be developing, but I mean, Kent are very lucky to have somebody like a Matt Milnes, for example, who is a very good death bowler, and possibly because of his injury history in recent seasons has been maybe punished a bit for that, but he very much wouldn't be out of place in that competition. And so because of that, I feel you can backload your innings more in this particular 50 over cup rather than maybe in another type of 50 over cricket. Back of a length, and that is very well fielded. Joe Phillips, never easy, I suppose, to just come in for a couple of overs, which is all it will be with Ahmed back on the field, and come straight into the action, but he's pulled off a couple of nice bits of fielding at mid-wicket. 11 overs bowled, 33 for 2.
Got a half century for Bedminster yesterday.
Up the Bemmy.
And they won chasing in their match in the Whipple. In fact, Ahmed he may well have gone to get his bowling boots. Just to back up your point, Ed, Ahmed's going to come into the attack now for Luke Charlesworth. I was looking at the boards on the I think it was Wednesday. Virtually everywhere, the side batting first had got to 30 overs, no more than 3 wickets down.
Yeah, it's a good marker, isn't it? I suppose.
So, Daz Ahmed only bowled 3 overs on Friday. Into the attack here, asking for an LBW, but not interesting James Treadwell. Another look at this.
That's going down leg. It's also extraordinarily seemingly turned Sam Northeast pad completely around. I don't think I've ever seen that before at this level. Has he got those straps tight enough? I don't think so.
Daz Ahmed with Bracey standing up. What was definitely back of a length.
We talk about getting turned around in terms of batting, but not in terms of being hit on the pad.
I've not had a chance to raise this with you on the stream before. Does Ahmed remind you a little bit of Kieran Nima Barnett in terms of his pace of bowling and his ability to get useful runs in the lower part of the order? Obviously from a completely different background, and since he's come through, is it Golden Hill Cricket Club in Bristol? James is nodding at me.
So yeah, he also, disappointingly for him perhaps, isn't sponsored by Gourmet Burger Kitchen, unlike Kieran Barnett.
Yeah. But I mean, to be clear, obviously, yes, he's played for Golden Hill, but he was also an MCC young cricketer as well, wasn't he, Daz? Chopped into the ground this time by Northeast.
I think it was between, because I can say these brands here, I'm not used to this. anymore. Between Gourmet Burger Kitchen and the 6 o'clock gin in terms of who I would like to be sponsored by. I think anybody that knows me knows it would be the gin. Is that Will Williams this year? Yeah, I thought it was 6 o'clock gin.
Kent still just ticking along at barely 3 and over at the moment.
Well, it's not a Friday night in Bristol if you haven't ended up at Gourmet Burger Kitchen at some point.
Is that so, Ed?
Well, it's very Bristol, isn't it? Like it wouldn't just be. I mean, there was yo-yos on the triangle, which was important as well.
I mean, again, that was a little bit short, really, but by having Bancroft in at short mid-wicket, he's kept things tight again.
If you want a bougie night out, Ian, then that's where you're going.
I'm probably past that. So both openers respectively clean bowled by Gloucestershire's opening pair. Bill Drummond first by Will Williams, that one that might have been a faintest of inside edges, but it was certainly a well-directed top of off delivery. And then a first list A wicket for Luke Charlesworth. He bowled Ben Dawkins, having tried to york him the ball before. The one that followed was a full-length delivery. And Williams, now after 6 overs, has been removed from the attack with 4 up his sleeve. We're going to see Aman Rao.
Yeah, he did bear the brunt of that opening spell from Gloucestershire, did Dawkins. And a delivery that North East would quite fancy. He does like to cut the ball when it's not always as short as some players would be able to cut it. I have no idea why James Bracey just launched himself onto the floor. Perhaps he thought he saw a swarm of bees. It's about this time last year we had the swarm of gulls here. Full straight delivery from Aman Rao, which James Bracey applauds. What was it right? Practicing going down in stages. Always an important thing to do. Plan for your later career. For when you're not going to be able to launch yourself quite so far. Knees down, then dive. Into space on the offside and North East off strike.
Bracey wanted that ball thrown at a better height from Darawal.
Did he? I'd missed that. Did he want it on the fly or did he want it on the bounce?
I think he wanted it on the fly.
Yeah, because I think they might still be thinking that there's a bit of swing, so don't quite want it scuffed up yet. Again, you can see the plan from Gloucestershire in terms of where James Bracey's particularly vocal in encouraging Aman Rao to bowl. Whilst he's very tall, still want him to hit the stumps. And with deep square out and fine leg, there's to the longer boundary he could bang one in short, but there's probably a time for that later on in his spell, maybe. Given the success Gloucestershire are having, you wouldn't have suggested there's much reason to change the plan. Great start from Rao. He's backed up exactly what the opening bowlers were doing. So,
and I know that. I mean, we might talk about this a bit later on with Alice in terms of the amount of clips and analysis and things that you can look at. Harry Finch might not have seen much of Aman Rao. there's not going to be a lot of evidence for him to be really, let's say swatting may not be the right word, but genning up on.
Well, I go back to something that was said yesterday in terms of that in a moment.
Ahmed, his second over. Nothing there for Sam Northeast. So were you at cricket yesterday?
It was,
Ed?
yes. It was slightly tongue-in-cheek by a certain former World Cup winner who suggested that you had these long team meetings for about an hour, which usually end up in white ball cricket as to every batter you need to bowl top of off or bang it in short, and that's about it, really.
Oh, it's worked away by Northeast for a single.
And you sit there for an hour, you're half paying attention. Because you know pretty much what the plan is going to be in terms of where you need to bowl anyway. But maybe the other way round when it comes to bowlers that you're facing. I suppose you've probably got to... You've got to know a little bit, haven't you? But then too much knowledge could be a dangerous thing.
Finch waits for the end place from the crease.
His towel's come out there, by the way, Ahmed. He's had that in since the start, and the next time he does that, I think that would be the dead ball straight away. And of course, I think if Finch had pulled out, then you'd probably been able to say, well, it's because of the towel. But now Ahmed has removed the possibility of that happening by giving it to the umpire, which I think is probably the safest thing to do.
Ahmed again. Just the indication that those first couple of deliveries that were just floated up, and he's loose now, and the rhythm to me suggests that there's just a touch. He's just a touch quicker than he was in his opening over.
I think the question was actually asked specifically about Usman Tariq, the extraordinary Pakistani mystery spinner, in terms of how do you prepare, or did you prepare, in the case of David Malan, facing somebody like that, which you know, in terms of a bowler that you maybe knew a bit about, but how can you prepare for somebody like that doing something so completely different?
Pitched up a bit further by Daz Ahmed, but again, there's nothing for Kent to hit here. 4 boundaries in the first 14 overs. And Ahmed's bowled. Two overs for 2 singles.
So we've had a single, just a single off an awful lot of overs, because there hasn't actually been a maiden in this innings so far, but the run rate's 2.6, and every time I look there seems to be 1 run off an over. And oh, what a stop that is, and almost produced a run out. That's a phenomenal piece of fielding from Miles Hammond at backward point to his left hand side, and I thought that ball was by him, and he threw himself away. And if Northeast had gone another couple of steps down, he would have had the possibility to spring up and try and effect a run out as well. It's backing up the bowlers in the field. But yeah, the example, just going back again to this planning question, the example was given of Ben Stokes, who doesn't want any of that stuff. He just wants to go out there, have a clear mind, and play the ball and diagnose. You know, he'll back his extraordinary skill to diagnose what he's getting out there in the middle. Driven only as far as mid-off. There haven't been many drives either. And Dawkins's one boundary was a drive through extra cover that he didn't absolutely middle. And, oh, sorry, it wasn't a boundary, was it? It was his first run was through there. And whilst they've bowled at the stumps, they haven't overpitched and been driven very much either. So it really must be quite a tight pitch map in terms of where Gloucestershire have bowled so far. That one's pretty much there as well, and fancying a quick single to Graham van Buren. It's a sharp piece of fielding, but I think always just about a single there, with the left arm throw of van Buren having to run across the ball.
And you mentioned a little earlier that you don't want northeast to get set. Now I know he's 20 off 30,
but I think he's so often been the one that's taken the one off the over, hasn't he? He's not scoring an express rate, but he's finding an ability to at least rotate the strike from his point of view.
Well, this is, dare I say, this is very old school 50 over cricket, isn't it? With a side getting a bit of a grip on the game in the field and on the scoreboard.
Still a tight ring of fielders. Up and over. That's the first time we've seen the aerial route taken, and because it's such a huge boundary, it won't get there. It was fairly well hit, actually, by Harry Finch, but it's such a huge amount of space out there at deep mid-wicket. A couple of runs taken.
15 overs gone, 36 for 2. Ed,
Ian's delivering some furious hand signals in terms of negotiating who's going to go off first. Let's just do this on air, can we? Because I have no idea what these hand signals mean.
So I think,
are you going or am I going?
No, you're staying.
I'm staying.
You're staying.
Great.
I'm going to welcome Alice into the stream.
I tell you what, I'll just wait until Ian starts talking again to turn his microphone off and turn it on again as he takes the microphone off. That makes for a really smooth change. Hello, Alice. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Enjoying some classic Metro Bank cricket here with Gloucestershire producing a really tight display of bowling so far.
Yeah, excellent start from the boys. Really great lines and lengths held at the beginning, up top.
Whipped into the onside, but protection out on the deep square leg boundary.
Seem to get quite a lot of movement as well. Still looks like there's quite a bit in it for the bowlers at the moment with the ball.
And in terms of as being an opening bowler yourself, liking to get some swing, does that particularly enjoy you when you're watching cricket? I suppose is that something you particularly enjoy?
100%. Bit of a technical nerd myself, so I quite like watching how different actions and release points affect the movement of the pitch and ball.
Yeah, you see, this is where, I mean, it's a bit like looking at a painting when you're not an artist. Whereas if you are an artist, you've got a very different appreciation of how the painters used the brush.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that.
Yeah. I thought Charlesworth was excellent. Really, really tight lines and lengths. Didn't give a lot away. Williams also. But I thought Charlesworth really pinned them in that crease and really at the stumps. And you could see that through his wagon wheel. Well, like you say, lack of wagon wheel.
Certainly wouldn't have been rolling very far. More like a sort of line in the ground rather than an actual wheel. So you're enjoying the season? Your success in the T20, making the final of that?
Yeah, very exciting for the girls. Especially, we were bottom of the table last year.
And beating Kent in the semi-final, hasten to add without any degree
Yeah,
of glee at all.
no pressure today, boys. But yeah, no, and it was well, not to toot our own trumpet, but a proper domination in the semi-final.
I mean, the scorecard kind of speaks for itself,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
yeah. So you know, came close to glam, but we got it next year. And 50 overs, there's still all to play for.
Oh, shy at the stumps there. That might have been tight, and because they've run through so far, they might not get an overthrow here, and they won't. Van Buren sprinting round from what was the deep third boundary, and does well enough to prevent the extra run on the overthrow, but very much entitled to throw at the stumps there. 3 to aim at would have been very tight if it had hit. And a 42 for 2 after 16 overs. But yeah, it was an absolute storm towards the end of the comp, wasn't it? 'Cause I remember well, Ian and I covered the Leicestershire game here, where you felt it building maybe, but knowing that it was. Oh, is there an under edge on that?
Yeah,
just skidded on through.
Didn't carry.
But then knowing there was a potentially tough trip up to Northampton for the last game, and then to come away from that with the bonus point as we get a second look here, was a bottom edge.
Looks like it's cutting back in off the pitch a bit.
Oh, that is a very unusual shot from Sam Northeast. That, I think, can only be described as a horrible oik. Wow. Inside edge onto pad. He was looking for those electricity pylons over Filton Way.
The run rate's creeping up on them, isn't it? Trying to make something out of nothing with that ball, I think.
And I suppose in terms of being a bowling side in this situation, especially when you've had Ahmed and Rao come on and back it up, that sort of confidence in the field, that's
100%. Yeah, really, really affects the energy of the fielding side.
Just going back to that finish to the T20 campaign, and it was so tightly bunched in terms of before then. But where was the point when, as a squad, you felt you were really hitting your stride, and that this making finals day was really within reach? Oh, appeal for LBW here as he tries to work leg side, but no, says Bilal Shafayat.
I think probably same as last year. We had a bit of a turning point at Canterbury against Kent, and we just really carried that momentum into the next 4 or 5 matches that we played, and then obviously needed to win with a bonus point at Northampton, which was successful, and it was just,
strong pull shot, probably just a single, with Ollie Price back in his more usual position, even square of the wicket on the boundary in white ball cricket, and another over that has only gone for 1, 43 for 2.
Yeah, they seem to just be really taking advantage when they bowl a little straighter, trying to knock it off their hips a bit, but there doesn't seem, they're not really forcing many other shots, really.
I suppose there's a reminder potentially for some viewers who may not have either quite been following or remembered what happened on that last day of the group stage of the T20 competition, where, as you say, Gloucestershire had to win with a bonus point and did so against Northamptonshire, and then Middlesex had to not get the bonus point down at Radlett against Sussex. Turned off the hip. North East gets to the other end.
It was so so funny because obviously, like, we want to empower the women's game and cricket and support England because it was the World Cup
Exactly.
final.
It was just a crazy. I mean, Gloucestershire's
And
men were
then-
playing up at Edgbaston
yeah,
as well in the
yeah.
men's blast.
And the on the bus home, the World Cup final was on, but we were all looking at YouTube live stream like, "Come on, Sussex!"
Well, that was where I was going
Yeah.
with that one in terms of
that was
where
our World
were
Cup
you and
final.
what were you doing?
Yeah.
Right. So were there some people who couldn't watch?
Yeah, me and Charlie Phillips were a bit like, what will be, like trying to distract ourselves, watching unfortunately England women lose, but
Yeah.
there was like Liv and Belch over the phone, like, "Come on, Sussex!"
So I don't know how I would respond in
Yeah.
that situation. Bowled him! Third wicket and third bowled, and Daz Ahmed gets a wicket as well, and Kent continue to be pegged back as Harry Finch's slightly unhappy stay at the crease of 8 from now 24 deliveries comes to an end. Talk me through this.
Oh, lovely nip back in. It shows that the ball's, still got life in it. And also it shows what simple game cricket is when you bowl full and straight.
Yeah. it is it's wonderful in that respect. It's you see the joy of Ahmed there, understandable, but it's an individual game played as a team, and it's also a very complicated game that's actually quite simple.
Yeah, overcomplicated.
Look at it coming back through the gate, as you say.
Yeah. I just think Kent haven't read the movement of this. They don't seem to have liked the moving ball, and they've just felt very trapped in their crease. Like I say, full and straight. They just, I'd like to see them maybe use their feet or something. I know they're trying to rebuild and build a partnership, but when you go in at twos, you've got to try something.
Yeah, and I guess it's built, and it's almost that frustration bottled up we saw in the previous over with that enormous wipe from northeast that he didn't get much bat on, and I suppose the danger is when you're restricted so much that it can just burst out in a fit of rage, and that's sort of what we saw there. But all three of the wickets really just similar lengths, just enough to get between bat and pad.
Yeah. No, Gloucester bowling excellently, really holding lines and lengths very well.
Chris Benjamin comes in now, the Kent keeper today. That's a nice way to get off the mark. A rare opportunity for Kent to drive. Just seen so little of that. But now there is that fielder out at deep cover. So Benjamin down to keep, according to what we've been given anyway, and did keep in the first game for Kent as well, rather than Harry Finch, who has just departed. So Finch playing as a outfielder today.
Have to say, I was excited for Rao and Dawkins setup there, both being from Loughborough.
Yes.
Seeing how they'd have played each other. But
of course, you should say you're at
I'm also at Loughborough.
Yourself.
Yeah, Loughborough massive here today.
Well, there's an awful lot of connections, aren't there? James Bracey?
Yeah.
As well?
Yeah, ex-student, yeah.
Particularly in the women's game, it feels as though there's 2 or 3 in every side.
Yeah, I tell you what, Northampton is like 75% Loughborough. If you look
Oh,
at their
right. So that was quite
squad.
a feisty encounter for you. That was it.
I think one of my best mates, Mabel Reed, when she came out to bat, I was trying to, chirp. And
who's the best chirper on your team?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, do you know what? Mel Story.
I knew it. Thank
Mel
you.
Story.
That's the answer I was looking for.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Hello, if you're listening, Melissa.
I was trying
I'm
to
sure that
think.
shocks absolutely nobody that
one.
knows her. I think some of it is just because she needs to be talking the whole time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Got to get that energy out somewhere.
The motor mouth needs to be. No.
Love you,
Not
man.
at all, indeed.
Do you know what? Alice Hill's a bit chirpy.
Really?
Yeah.
Row to continue. And that's past mid-wicket, fired away off a full length by North East, and the ball maybe just with that little bit of overnight rain not getting to the boundary. That would have been for all money almost every other day of the season, I think, but just a bit of rain to soften the outfield ever so slightly, and they keep it to 3.
Yeah, where was that when I've been bowling?
Yeah, I can imagine. What was that Northampton outfield like to field on?
The square was lovely.
Right.
Ripped to shreds on the boundary.
Yeah. Didn't look the most pleasant experience.
Yeah,
There was a hand on that from Rao, but they still sprint through for the 1, so maybe just trying as the 50 comes up in the 19th over for Kent, maybe just trying to come out, Benjamin, and be a little bit busier in terms of finding gaps, sprinting singles, and trying to get some energy into this innings from a Kent perspective.
Yeah, you need to. When you're under the pump, you've got to find something from somewhere.
Off pad, and a good call of no there from Benjamin at the non-striker's end, because Bracey was lurking. And we certainly know we were talking about that tie earlier on. We know how good James Bracey is without a glove on his right hand. If you remember that catch to end the tie in the Championship at Cheltenham off Ajit Singh Dale.
Must be all his practice dives.
Oh gosh, what on earth was that earlier? What was that? I hope that gets clipped up and put online somewhere. Is that something that do you think the TikTok? Yeah, no, sorry, I might have been playing up to that slightly. Is that something TikTok might have been interested in? Do you think?
Maybe with a sound.
James Healy doesn't know. You know.
Yeah, maybe with a fun sound behind it.
Okay. What about the content, mate?
Yeah.
The single for North East.
Aman Rao just missing a little straight at the moment online, but lengths are good. In fact, I'm being picky. But there's a high bar has been set by the openers. So. Yeah.
When do you think you go to spin here? Because you sort of, presumably, you sort of want this to go as long as it can, the way that it's happening. For the block hole this time. Oh, there's definitely no single there for Benjamin. I'm not quite sure where he was going for a moment. Another over completed, so 19 bowled.
I quite like to see Seam stay on for a couple more overs. I think don't fix something that isn't broken.
Yeah.
You know, they don't really need to be searching for wickets right now. It looks like Kent will just get themselves out. That's awful, I shouldn't have said that. But, you know, build up pressure and they've got to look for shots.
Yeah.
You know, they've got to do something and, you know, sometimes your best form of attack is boring bowling. Full and straight, hold your line and length and wickets will come.
Boring bowling. I might use that when you're bowling on Sunday. No.
I'll just go misogyny.
Yeah,
no,
okay, I'm not gonna go there. Moving swiftly on. Yes, the next match here for Gloucestershire's women against Derbyshire this Sunday. Oh, I'm terrible on days of the week. I know it's a Sunday.
Yeah.
Or is it a Sunday or is it a Saturday?
No, it's Sunday. Sunday.
Oh,
you're good.
Gosh,
you're good.
No, I'm not. Really not. I have no idea where I am.
Our final game at Bristol this year. And then 2 at Cheltenham and then 1 away at Worcestershire.
This is my 3rd game in 2 days. So, yes, August the 2nd.
Yes.
That's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah. Sunday?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought, yeah. I should know.
Well, I just
Okay.
think it gets to a point where almost anybody in a cricket season doesn't know what day of the week it is. There's either, as I say very often, it's either cricket day or it's not cricket day, and that's about it for me. Oh, travel day
Yeah,
as well.
travel day, yeah.
That's an important one.
Had a fair few of them. I honestly think the travel takes it out of me more than the playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just emotionally and everything.
Well, I think that's, there's been a lot of talk, and Gloucestershire had one of those double headers that they don't like in the men's competition in terms of, sorry, I don't mean double headers, I mean back-to-backs.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Don't
What are you trying to say about
don't like playing with the women. Would be a great thing to say, wouldn't it? Which is definitely not true anyway. But those games where they had Surrey late night game here,
Yeah.
TV cameras,
Yes.
and then the next afternoon had to go and play Warwickshire at Edgbaston. And as much as it's the sort of body clock issue in terms of how are you going to get some sleep when you've got to travel up
100%.
relatively early the next morning, but the travel, as much as anything, as you say, that's a real factor.
I think I found it tougher when I'm doing the driving myself, because you're so like alert and
Yeah.
wired, and I really struggle. I've got ADHD, so I struggle to switch off anyway, as it is. But with if I'm doing travel like myself, it's very emotionally demanding, I find. And making sure, like, in the back of your mind, you're the most mentally and physically prepped for the next day.
Pushed away to complete Ahmed's 5th over, 1 for 10 from his 5 overs, so 20 gone, 53 for 3, so they've only scored 23 runs actually in the second 10 when they scored 30 in the first 10, so they've not really accelerated. Ian Randall will join you in a moment. Alice Bird, Gloucestershire seam bowler, and Mr. Randall will be back shortly.
It's going to leave his computer in its space where it's got bedded in for the day. You asked about the point about spin. I wondered whether Rao's last over just indicated to me that there was just a little bit of looseness coming. He's staying on though, and Benjamin's going to take certainly one down to Luke Charlesworth, but only one. And it's that delicate balance, isn't it? What you don't want is there to be an expensive over at the end of a spell where you think that a bowler is tiring, but just losing that control.
Yeah.
And I wondered whether he might have gone off, but this is a 6th for him, so it's important that he just tries to recapture that early control. That is a bit short, pulled away by Northeast. He's not timed the ball very well today, but he's still there. I was just chatting to James. Where do you think Kent are looking at? I mean, they're not even halfway through the overs yet. I wonder what they're setting their targets at in terms of a total. Just ponder that for a minute and see where you think they might be going. Here's Rao. One to Benjamin, who I agree has come in with a certain attitude of wanting to not get bowled to. He's wanted to. He's not giving a bit back in a sense of being aggressive, but you and I discussed that before play today. He's not wanting too many dots.
Yes.
He's come in with the mega Hearn approach. Well, I want to. It's a ball here. I want a single.
Yeah. Let's rotate.
Oh, slashed away in the air. Only for a single by Northeast. Darwell is out on the boundary at
I like the option.
deep point. That was, but if he's going to bat through here, Northeast, that was a shot played with more than an element of risk. Slapped off the bottom edge by Benjamin, out for a single. would you think that because there's only the one left-hander in the Kent order, the spinners would be used from the Ashley Down Road end to give you the long boundary?
Yeah, yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah. I think these first change bowlers have seemed a little more skiddy than the openers, so I think um, it's probably a promising sign for the spinners. Maybe using some cutters later in the game for the seamers.
And you know that Graham Van Buren will, it's a phrase that's used, he will dart the ball in,
Yeah,
because that's exactly what he does in white ball cricket.
yeah.
So around 6 overs now out of his allocation, and still the resistance to bowl the spin continues from Cameron Bancroft, but a wicket each for 3 of the 4 seamers for Gloucestershire so far, having won the toss and asked Kent to bat here in Bristol. And Ahmed also now to continue. That's a bit wider, and Van Buren with some fielding duties and in front of the apartment. So quite a good sprinkling around the ground today in terms of a crowd. Not a massive crowd, but one that will probably build a little through the day. There's a group in yellow tops away to the right hand side in front of the scoreboard. That may be a team on a day out, I fancy.
Yeah, flock of minions over there. Can also see Ben Charlesworth coming out to support his team just below us.
Yeah, he's downstairs in the family and friends area. I mean, he, Matt Taylor and Craig Miles all out of the team through fitness issues at the moment. 3 that would certainly, I think, well, you certainly strengthen the selection options, let's put it like that. Ahmed from the Bristol Pavilion end, that's high in the air. Well, can Williams get under that? I suspect it will drop safe just, and they will come back for 2. Benjamin trying to go straight down the ground to the shorter boundary towards this Bristol Pavilion, but Williams on the turn. Here's the second look at how far he was away from it. Actually not very far, but it was never realistically a chance. And perhaps Ken thinking that somewhere they've got to try and wrestle the initiative back, because Gloucestershire have all of the initiative at the moment.
Yeah, it just seems like they're trying to force something to happen here.
So where you're the batting side's captain. What are you thinking in terms of, 230, more than 230 from here? From what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, on this ground, 230's under par, really.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but looking at the run rate, it would be a good fight if they could get back to a score like that. What's your thoughts on the pitch?
So 80 at halfway, 25 from there. Yeah, 230 I think would be under. But they've got to keep nudging that target up. Obviously at 34 overs they have to make a choice about which ball to use.
Ooh, bold.
Yeah, Ahmed's been just a little bit different today from the other bowlers. He's not more than a medium pacer. He's not a fast medium, is he? He's a genuine medium pacer, and that's providing some different challenges rather than Rao and Charlesworth and Will Williams, who are all quicker than that. But I think it's all through with the line, the line and the length, and that's where the discipline's been good.
He seems very skillful though with his angles and movement off the pitch.
How much do you use the crease as a bowler?
I think At the moment, it's a work on for me, but I swing the ball in and I bowl quite wide of the crease, probably on the wide line, which
Right.
is pretty wide. But it helps me swing it back in, creating a not very nice angle for the batter. But I need to go through some realignment stuff in the winter, so I reckon my run up will be a lot straighter next season anyway.
So Rao has been replaced after 6 overs, and Luke Charles with his back.
Oh,
This time from the Ashley Down Road end. No, that's a very technical explanation as to why you bowl where you bowl, and the fact that you, in terms of development, might need to do something a bit different to give you a different angle.
yeah, 100%. I think if I've been swinging it in though, if I want to go to a cross seamer and try and trap them on the crease, it probably comes tighter to the stumps anyway.
Charles with the northeast. It's a good stop. It's Daz Ahmed again. They've taken a single, but that, if he'd have beaten him, that would have probably gone for 4.
He's been busy in the field today.
He has. And no doubt, and even when I played at the very modest level I played at, you do get buoyed by taking a wicket or wickets. It just gives you a bit of a bounce in the field on an individual basis.
100%.
Charles, again, this is the full length has been very much the theme today from these Gloucestershire bowlers.
But it's clearly been testing Kent. I don't think they need to sway from that line and length at all.
If it is a result of it not happening at Kibworth and at Taunton, maybe they've had a chat about it. I know Ed was joking about the length of team meetings earlier on, but you know, it's a very simple message.
Bit straighter, but good length.
Off the pad only this time, so just a leg by to the total. But Northeast has only hit 2 boundaries in that 36 that he's made, and boundaries have been few and far between for Kent. They've been given very little to hit. If the manufacturing's all good stop and an overthrow, they're going to get 2 runs with 1 run. They might not have got any at all, but I think Ahmed had a right to go for the stumps at the bowler's end there.
Yeah, definitely felt that pressure.
Sort of put his hand up to apologise because there was nobody at home to cover the attempted run out, but
it's good signs for Gloucestershire though.
But the rate at below 3 at this point, and they don't look to be any real vipers in this pitch at all. Says a lot. That was poorly directed, and it will be. There is a boundary, in fact. Northeast eventually finding something that was loose enough that he could get it away. So Jack Taylor's got Ollie Price, Graham Van Buren and himself as a spin option, and we're going to see, in fact, Van Buren, perhaps a tad surprisingly, from this Bristol Pavilion end, where he's got the short leg side boundary and 2 right-handers to contend with. So I'm marginally surprised that he's asked to bowl from this end, but he may have seen something with the bounce from this end, which has encouraged him. Ahmed, 6 overs, 1 for 13. That's miserly in white ball cricket.
And Ahmed was getting it to nip, so maybe there's something in the pitch here for spin. Theatrical stop there.
One for the cameras. but he's had a really busy time since the middle of last season, Graham, as a bowler. Squeezed away to Ollie Price by Benjamin for a couple. He got a half century on Friday, Chris Benjamin, so he will feel he's in pretty good nick at the moment. But if they want to get this rate up a bit, they may have to run a lot of twos on that Kennington Avenue side of the ground, because that's where the boundary is a lot longer. Do you prefer, if you were bowling on this ground today, would you prefer to have a short offside boundary or a short leg side boundary?
Short offside
Short
boundary
offside.
for sure. I swing it in, try and hit the stumps. And with that angle, I can get whipped off their legs a bit. If I'm getting hit through the covers, that's my bad. That's a bad ball.
They're forcing Benjamin to go back. Therefore, only to defend.
I think a lot of the time when I choose ends, I don't. Oh,
Good stop again, Joe. I think that's Will Williams. Gloucester have done well in the field today. They've just one or two attempts which have threatened to bring overthrows, but it's been outweighed by the runs that have been saved. So we're only an over from halfway. Sorry, Alice.
That's okay.
I interrupted you.
I was going to say I'm very much a feel and rhythmic bowler, so I tend to pick my ends on where I feel more rhythmical in my run up in the warm up, rather than obviously dimensions come into play, but I'm probably more pick my end on feel.
Charlesworth in his second over of a second spell, and the one that will get us to halfway in the Kent innings. Yeah, you have to put the accelerator down here because the northeast creeping along really, relatively. And Benjamin and those behind him, and particularly people like Evison and Stewart, can put bat to ball, but somebody has to play the holding role. That's not perhaps the best word to use, but the one that just steers the innings to its later stages.
Definitely skidding more now.
Benjamin's finding, and this is not perhaps all that easy for us to see from our vantage point because he is batting at our end, but he's just working the front foot going across, and therefore being able to play round his pad into the leg side at the moment.
Oh,
Tight single to Will Williams, but one that was completed. Ahmed's just flexing his shoulders again. I wonder whether that is just an indication that he wants to be ready if called upon.
yeah, I'd like to see him bowl his full allocation in 3 spells, actually. I think he's been very effective today.
I say, only bowled 3 overs on Friday. You wondered if that was because of some sort of twinge, but no evidence of it today. You're going to join us again in the second innings, aren't you, when the game will have developed obviously quite a bit more than it has done at the minute, but great to have you on just to give us a player's view about you know, we can try and describe what we see, but you're out there, you're feeling it more.
Thank you very much for having me.
Well, not at all.
It's been fun.
Benjamin will squeeze another single.
I will see you guys later. Pass you back to Ed.
Yeah, so that we're now at 25 overs. Thank you, Alice. And we'll see when you come back what Gloucestershire are chasing.
He foiled my cunning plan, Ian Randall, of wrapping the headset around his legs and then giving it a tug.
They're still creeping along, aren't they, Ken?
Yeah, so I suppose they have marginally accelerated in the last 5 overs or so. They've been going at what? Well, they've scored 23 in the last 5, so they've been going at 4.6. So that's a bit of a hurry up.
But as the players take drinks, it's Williams 6 overs at the start, 1 for 17. Charlesworth's now come back and bowled a further 2. He's bowled 7 overs for 27. Ahmed 6 overs for 13. Rao 5 overs for 16. And Graham Van Buren just 2 off his opening over. If you're Jack Taylor, you could not have asked much more of your combined attack today than that.
No, and it's... I suppose I'm trying to avoid the sickening sort of motivational speaking way of saying this, but it's less about the fact that they've taken 3 wickets and that run rate is sitting at 3, and more about the fact that a huge percentage of deliveries have hit the stumps would have hit the stumps at a good height. And I suppose a good percentage of deliveries have hit the stumps as well, because they've had 3 balls into the stumps in 25 overs that hit direct, as it were, from the bowler. But it's more about the quality of what they've produced as much as the fact that they're on top in the game, isn't it? You're feeling not only are Kent where you'd want them to be if you're Gloucestershire, but you also have done everything that you can to deserve to have Kent in that spot. They've not got themselves into trouble, Kent, in terms of playing some rash shots and then having to be circumspect with new batters coming in. It's been purely
the
discipline
case
of that Gloucestershire just have not given anything pretty much away. And also the fact that it's taken almost half the innings for them to bring spin into the attack, when you think that at times, even in the first couple of matches, they probably more had to bring spin on than wanted to bring spin on a little bit. And again, that shows the difference in the performance today, and also maybe just that move that was made to bring the extra seam bowler in.
I was about to make that point. To only come in with 3 seamers puts a lot of focus on how the slow bowls do. And by picking Rao ahead of Eklund, yes, you're lengthening the tail a little, but far more options with the ball. For Van Buren with the first over after the resumption from this Bristol Pavilion end. So he does have the shorter leg side boundary to a potential problem. But again, and I made this point to Alice just as we were coming towards the drinks break, he has bowled a lot of overs since the middle of last summer, hasn't he? In all formats.
The stat I keep trotting out, I think, is the fact that he bowled more overs last season than he had in the previous 4 combined.
Chopped again to Williams at backward points. We've got a backward point, a short third man, short extra cover, an orthodox deep point, and a long off on the offside. And Van Buren will be darting the ball in at off stump with that flat trajectory of his. Giving Kent nothing to hit at the moment.
Yeah, he's a bowler that you probably don't want to have coming into the attack with this number of overs to spare when you're going at 3 and over, because you know, as much as the seamers have done this job, that Van Buren is so often the one, especially in this competition, over recent years, especially, who comes on and just keeps it really tight and just bowls straight and varies it enough that batters just can't really line him up. And so it makes it a pretty good situation for Gloucestershire in terms of having to take risks potentially against Graham Van Buren, and I'm sure Van Buren would back himself fully if they do decide to take him on. And a couple of times they tried to cut him already, and his variation in bounce and speed has beaten the batter or caused them to hit it straight to a fielder.
Gloucestershire want to just, I think, get a couple of cheap overs here after the drinks break.
Well, they do say that drinks often has a particular effect on a game of cricket. I don't know that there are any specific stats on that, or if it's just confirmation bias. But I did see a wicket fall on 111 yesterday. Spooky.
Were you stood on one foot at the time? No.
No, I didn't. I didn't care too much whether there was a wicket at that point or not, so I didn't. This is a good 8th over from Luke Charlesworth, who's very much continuing to bowl in the manner that he did in his first spell. To get through 8 overs in 27, not a bad body of work. Certainly.
He has conceded 4 of the 5 boundaries, and a couple of those have been down the leg side. Then that shows the relative accuracy.
He's still going at under 4s. Will be nibbled away fine. Turning and pushing, but again, no chance to come through for a second. Was off the bat. Northeast inching his way forward towards,
so let's
I suppose what you'd say a battling half-century.
Let's just turn this stat round. Kent have only hit 1 boundary off
everybody else.
Off everybody else.
And no boundaries in that entire spell that Ahmed and Rao bowled in tandem. Well, there was a little shimmy there from Benjamin, which just gave you the impression that he might be triggering for something, and pulling the trigger and launching it over mid-on for a boundary. That's not a bad ball from Luke Charlesworth. It's just pretty much the first time that Kent have successfully not hit a Gloucestershire bowler off his length, because Charlesworth may run in and bowl that same length, but tried to hit the Gloucestershire bowlers off their lengths. There's been a couple of big shots attempted, but one went out into a massive area for 2, and one from northeast he was very lucky not to be bowled off. Wide. Oh, what a catch! Spectacular from Bracey. Luke Charlesworth a 2nd wicket, and James Bracey with more right-handed robbery. We were talking about that catch a couple of years ago to end the encounter between Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, the tied match. He's pulled off many since, but there's another one. Spectacular movement, webbing of the gloves. And Kent 83 for 4.
And Benjamin, having just hit that boundary down the ground in the off the previous delivery, just looked as if he was about to open up, and then seeing Bracey catch a one-hander that actually it was spectacular, but Bracey set such high standards. You think, right, I need to catch that. It actually wasn't as much of a stretch. It wasn't at full stretch, but
it's
still going quickly.
Quality of movement, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's a lot of keepers probably would be lunging and reacting sharper to that, but just the fluidity of movement to recognise exactly what line that ball was coming on and judge it, watch it almost right into the glove.
Jaden,
and as you say, that's given that Benjamin had actually just hit a good ball for 4, he then got a wide one and got out to it.
Jaden Denley is the new batter at the non-strikers end, the only left-hander, as we've mentioned, I think, earlier today, if we haven't mentioned it at least once. Van Buren in, and Northeast punches that away for a single. So now it really is about Northeast and the kind of inexperience in this Kent middle order. So Denley and Singh, who may come in next, only a couple of dozen games in this format each. In fact, Singh's only at 14 appearances. Denley's played a bit more, but not a lot. Nephew, of course, of Joe.
Yes, he's announced his retirement at the end of this season.
He's been a good. I did send a message to a cricket mad friend of mine about Denley's retirement, and I said he's had a decent career, and the reply came back, "Oh yes."
Played for England.
Yeah.
T20 series out in South Africa way back. I can remember him playing because I remember there was a in the days when this sort of thing didn't happen. Graham Smith and Lutz Bosman put on a massive opening stand.
Northeast looking to just raise the aggression stakes a little bit now. He thinks he's got to. I mean, he played in the famous Stokes and Leach test, didn't he, Joe Denley?
He may well have done, yeah.
Jaden here punches that out on the offside, but Van Buren fields, and Luke Charlesworth's wicket really has Gloucestershire bossing this at the moment. 86 for 4,
yeah,
off 28.
They brought it. They brought him into that middle order, didn't they, for the 2019 Ashes? But that was, and I suppose again that goes to the longevity and versatility of Joe Denley as a cricketer, somebody who's batted in every position almost, from about 1 to 6 probably, and
his white ball bowling was more than handy.
Well, that's what I was going to come back to. That game, it was the second T20 international that Denley had played. He made his debut in August of 2009 in a T20 against Australia at Old Trafford. His second and third games actually out in South Africa on a tour in 2009. Williams returning here. Another one that's flicked fine. Rao gets to the ball well, and again, just a single where 2 might have been fancied. So Smith and Bosman put on 170 in 13 overs. And that I think that was a record partnership, certainly for South Africa at that stage. I mean, relatively new still, T20 international cricket in 2009. That sort of thing didn't happen, even at altitude, as that was played at in Centurion. And Denley came on as the 7th bowler and finally broke that partnership. And that was the only over he bowled. Some of these figures. Adil Rashid bowled 1 over for 25. Again, in a different era of Rashid's career. Sajid Mahmood, remember him? 1 for 61 from 4 overs. The Lancashire seamer. Not that Lancashire seamer. Not Saqib Mahmood. Sajid Mahmood. Slower delivery from Williams. And he's slicing at it. James Anderson, 4 overs, 1 for 28 in the context of 241 for 6. But yeah, not far off the time England to go on to lift the World 2020, as I think it was called at that time, but is now almost sort of posthumously referred to as the T20 World Cup for the first time. Yeah, really one of the first of that key Denley opening partnership for Kent that, well, led Kent. Whilst I've been raking up unhappy memories for Kent, I'll reverse it and rake up a happy memory for them, of course, beating Gloucestershire in that 2007 2020 Cup final. But it was around about that era, really, when Key and Denley, especially domestically, were taking T20 opening batting to a different level in terms of the aggression that was required. This time Ahmed doesn't release that
final
throw to short.
Memorable for McLaren's hat-trick.
Yes, exactly. Darren Stevens doing Darren Stevens things. Of course, led Kent to this title 4 years ago now.
Well, Joey Everson had a big part to play in that as well.
Did, yes, on his home, what was his home ground. Another over completed. Williams has come back over. 89 for 4. But yes, what we're waxing lyrical about Joe Denley. Of course, it's not Joe Denley out there, and I'm sure it's a very classic thing to do for Jaden Denley to come out there and have everybody talking about Joe. But given that he has announced his retirement and there is the opportunity to talk about Joe, I hope you wouldn't mind us doing so.
Jack Taylor trotting out to long off for North East. Bancroft and Hammond, very important positions here at the moment. Short extra and short mid-wicket. Trying to stop the singles, but North East has got enough on that to work it out to Ollie Price on the, not quite on the point boundary, but 3 parts of the way to it. And he also picks up a single. And Kent have got to start with the right left hand. They might have a little bit more chance to rotate the strike here, rather than allowing the bowlers to get into a rhythm of bowling to only right-handers, or a slight fumble from Price, but they won't get one on the throw, even though it was a slight delay in getting it in.
Yes, of course he did. I was sorry. I was going to do
Van
one
Buren
more.
over the wicket to Denley. Can't get that away.
Of course, he got a half century in the second innings of that test, didn't he? Of course he did. I'm remembering now of that Headingley test, Joe Denley.
Steered away by Jaden Denley. Darrell will get round the boundary to get the ball in again. That's not bounced very much on the throw. It's got 2 bounces to James Bracey. 94 for 4 off 30 overs. I did joke about 230 to Alice Bird a little earlier. I think Kent might take 230 from here.
Yeah, so we're going to go about 7s for that. 6.5.
Someone's have to
7.
put back to ball with some venom.
Yes, well, they do have still lurking Mr.
Grant
Grant Stewart.
But
They
you
might
know,
well need to come good.
I think the danger, I suppose, is that if they split this, do they collapse in a bit of a heap?
Getting into the hip area. This might be 2. Again, no.
50,
Sort of
50 for North East.
split fine leg and deep square, but it's well, it's barely raising his bat really. Sam North East, a 79 ball 50 with 3 4s, leant on his bat and then just about raised it. Legs still crossed. Sort of tells you what he's feeling about things out there. So, good connection on that cut shot, but again, the big side of the ground will come to Gloucestershire's aid. Back for a couple. And for North East, okay, it's not flying along, but he's been the one Kent batter that consistently was able at least to rotate the strike enough in that early going. Oh, it's a big swing and a miss. Denley looking to go over extra cover, I think, with that one. Now Rehearse is playing the shot along the ground. Again, I don't know if Williams just held that back a bit. I don't think so. I think that was the full pace on delivery, but just a little bit of popping bounce, maybe just getting over the top of his bat. That's nicely stroked away.
Just looking at the balance of overs here, this is Williams' 8th. Charlesworth has bowled 8. Ahmed and Rao 6 and 5 respectively, and Graham Van Buren 4. Who's going to bowl at the death?
Well, they bowled Van Buren at the death. Again, not with, with the disastrous consequences the other day. So he can do it, because he does land his Yorker about as well as anybody. Loud shout of no from the non-strikers end, which again the right call with the aforementioned Van Buren hunting in from short third. So yeah, it looks like they're going to have to bowl a fair number of overs of Van Buren, this next block, but they may have to bowl a couple of his at the death and maybe even just really mix it up. Swung away. 2 bounces down to fine leg. It's never in any danger of carrying, but also neither was it of finding the boundary rope.
I mean, in fact, it is unusual at this point, 31 overs in, to only see 5 bowlers having been used.
Yeah, well, exactly. No Ollie Price, no Jack Taylor. But it's always a good sign when you're only using 5 bowlers at any deep stage of a white ball game. Unless, of course, you just haven't picked enough bowling, but that isn't the case today, of course.
The sun just in momentarily. That's when Buren starts a new over. Again out to Darrowell from Sam North East. And Kent's 100 is up. It's taken them a while. And the 32nd over. And Buren switching to over the wicket to the left-hander. And I think Denley is conscious here that he doesn't have a lot of time on his hands to play himself in.
He feels he's got to be the aggressor as well, with North East being the one that Kent will hope will still be there right towards the back end.
And good length from Van Buren.
And he just gives you absolutely no time as well, does he? He's missed a couple of bigger shots in this over, and then a couple of dots sneak by as well. And you look at the board, and it's nearly the end of the over.
It's probably, I would think there's very few people in professional cricket in this country who get through an over faster than Graham Van Buren.
Yeah, it's a good discussion, actually. Trying to think around the circuit. I mean, when he wants to, Liam Dawson can get through an over incredibly quickly, but a lot of the time he's giving batters a bit of a stare and just controlling the pace. But if he feels he needs to just fire through, because he's another left-arm spinner who's really almost sort of stepping in.
Right, so here we are going to have a sixth bowler now, Ollie Price from the Ashley Down Road end.
Interesting score from Radlett. Glamorgan have been bowled out for 66.
That's a small and narrow ground, isn't it?
They only needed, well, it's also an incredibly bumpy ground where you can't see what's happening on the far side of it when you're commentating from the other side of the outfield. And it's also a ball where ground where usually a lot of balls end up lost in hedges, but I don't imagine that was a problem in that innings. So Price, as he likes to do, round the wicket to the right-hander, angle it across, maybe get them playing for some turn, or if you do get a little bit of turn, then you've got the angle away and the turn in. He's just creating enough space to free the arms. In that game, speaking of only using 5 bowlers, in the game at Radlett, Glamorgan only faced 3 bowlers. Navia Sharma 4 for 29. Roland Jones got through 10 overs straight. Of course he did. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 35. That's a slog sweep. Darrywell out there though. So another big shot attempted by a Kent batter that doesn't find the boundary. And Noah Cornwell just nipped in at the end. 3.5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 1.
You wonder what was going on there.
Yes. Reverse sweep from northeast. Does appear to have come off pad. I suppose it's the one thing with that off spin from round the wicket angle. Whilst I really like it, and Price does use it very well, you have to really, in terms of pitching and hitting, it's quite a narrow window, and that one going past off stump. Well, Andy Gorvan 3 not out from 28 balls in that game at Radlett. They're not getting him out. Extraordinary score though, and Middlesex off to a very good start in this year's Men's One Day Cup. Extra bounce there, but he rides it northeast over the top of cover, but not to the boundary.
So how many overs did Glamorgan actually bat for?
20.5. That's got to be one of their shortest innings, you'd have thought, in their list A history. It just sticks out like an absolute sore thumb compared with the other scores, which all look really quite routine. Might just pick up another couple in a moment. Fielders pushed back to extra cover on the edge of the circle. That last ball of the over. So that probably, I mean, it's got to be, hasn't it? The first time in the innings where there hasn't been a dot ball in an over. I can't remember any other over where that could have happened, really. 106 for 4 with 17 left. In this group, that fixture in the opposite group, as it were, from this one, Group B. In this group, Lancashire going well, 173 for 1 at Grace Road.
Van Buren continuing. Cut away by Denny, but again straight to Darrell. It feels at the moment as if Kent are hitting the fielders with a lot of their attempted aggressive shots. That says something about Gloucestershire bowling to their field. And again, North East can't get that away either. And now, of course, this is the after this over they choose a ball to use for the remaining 16, don't they? So Gloucestershire will probably pick the one that is softest and try and make it even more difficult for the batters. One more to North East.
Another one to add to the list of big shots that's not come off. Was looking for the slog sweep over mid-wicket, I think.
Denley goes for the reverse, but he can't pierce the field. Aman Rao is at short third. He's got a short third man and a backward point and an orthodox point for Denley. Split field with only 4 on the leg side for him. But Van Buren just wanted Williams to come a little straighter. And Denley has just squeezed that away, and that will spin down towards the boundary at third man for 4. Rao, even with his long frame, couldn't reach it. It wasn't a catch, but it was an edgy shot.
Sort of taken off the stumps as well, pretty much. He just backed away a little bit, trying to go over extra to the shorter boundary. Fizzed off the edge.
So the umpires come together and say to Jack Taylor, right, there are 2 balls here. Which one do you want to take? Which one do you want to use for the last 16 overs of this innings?
Yeah, so we'll just remove
Van
one
Buren
ball
has
from
bowled
play.
6 overs for 18. And the wickets, 1 to Will Williams, 1 to Daz Ahmed, and 2 to Luke Charlesworth.
And whilst we've got a moment, that Lancashire score of 176 for 1. Leicestershire have conceded 30 extras in 30 overs, 18 wides and 11 leg byes.
Well, we've only had 3 extras here, just as a comparison. 2 leg byes and 1 wide.
Keaton Jennings 84 not out. Somerset 174 for 3 against Warwickshire.
That game is at Old Trafford today, is it? That Lancashire game?
No, Grace Road.
It's at Grace Road. Because obviously they're playing at Farringdon this week, aren't they? Twice.
Yes, I'm sure everybody's looking forward to that. Price starting a new over, and this time they will take on the option of a second run. Charlesworth again having to run round the ball in the deep. Tom Lammonby run out for 85 at Taunton against Warwickshire. Ethan Bamber got rid of Archie Vaughan 4th ball, but runs for Pereira and Goldsworthy as well.
That's an interesting story too, isn't it, Pereira?
Mm.
Apparently, I think I read somewhere that he'd got more hundreds in second team cricket than any other player in the last 4 seasons, and you wonder why nobody's picked him up.
Real tale of perseverance, and I can't remember, there was another stat. High up in the air, not got it. Can the fielder get there though? Catch taken. Ollie Price strikes, and once again they continue to pick up wickets at regular enough intervals that Kent cannot really get this innings going. And Denley, the latest to depart from outside the off stump, a straight slog sweep. He knew the moment that he hit that ball that it was not going to have enough on it.
Jack Taylor not moving that easily out there. Took the catch all right, but he just seemed to be hobbling a little bit afterwards. So hopefully he is okay.
Yeah, I still get the impression that he's having to nurse that knee injury potentially, but he did get himself settled enough underneath that one, and that was almost, it wasn't right down his throat in terms of the fact that he had to move, but then the ball ended up almost right down his throat the way he took it. Denley gone for 16, and that will bring
He can't see.
Singh to the crease. Yeah, the man who certainly delivered an eye-catching performance in the Kent Championship win on this ground. Exciting affair that was, won by 2 wickets by Kent, but Kanch Singh bowled well, got some crucial wickets and played some nice looking shots with the bat, and was the victim of the Will Williams direct hit run out from deep point, coming back for a second run. Absolute wonder throw from the deep from Will Williams, and Kanch Singh was the man who had to depart there. And you felt at that stage that, especially with that momentum behind them, that Gloucestershire were in the ascendancy, but well, yeah, in the final innings having other ideas. Oh, straight back towards Price first ball.
He got 100 MAA, didn't he, in that chase?
Yes, he did. And really, I mean, he got 70 odd in the first innings as well. He was batting on a different surface to most, because it was a very tricky one. There was a lot of, I thought it made for a very exciting game of cricket, but quite a lot of seam movement there. That would have been a crowd catch in another format, potentially. People just getting a little bit overexcited. People are just excited here, not overexcited.
Changing the field. Rouse coming up inside the circle.
Looks quite high. And James Bracey didn't appeal, which is usually a giveaway, but end of the over, a successful one for Ollie Price. And a 5th Gloucestershire wicket. Pitching outside leg, going over the top. Apart from that, great shout.
They might keep,
That's a great expression on Price's face after that one was turned down. But yeah, all right.
So only 19 runs in the last 5 overs. And a wicket. Yes, perhaps it's not as plain sailing as you might think out there. Van Buren to the persevering northeast, I think you'd say, at the moment. Easier to stay in than to score, it would appear.
And what is clear with the position Gloucestershire are in the competition, I mean, they pretty much have to win everything, but I think all the home matches are just absolute must-haves.
Tripped away, but straight to Rao. The 2 away games are at, the 2 remaining away games are at Rugby School and at Old Trafford. I think what you'd say, good stop from Van Buren. Oh, I say good stop. He's gone down in a bit of a heat there.
I don't know, inadvertently, did he dive a little bit into northeast? He's not someone to stay down for too long if there's not something up, and I just wonder if there was a little bit of a tangle with northeast's bat. Yes, there's nothing deliberate there, but no, maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe it was just as he landed, yeah. And the physio being waved on, that's not a great sight. It looks like more of a grimace than a smile from Van Buren. We're good to see him up on his feet. Dive round northeast a bit, and then it's hard to tell exactly what's wrong, but
and that's the better angle to see it from. The other end, you'd be obstructed by Van Buren's back.
Can't really tell whether he's just completely had the wind knocked out.
This is the view from the other end.
Or is it his right? It doesn't really look like his right elbow either, as that hits the ground.
Is it hit his knee? No. No, it can't. It's got to be how he has landed, because he's parried the ball with his right hand. That's tossed up. He's got back to his feet to continue. This is his 7th over.
Just wonder if it was one of those, and we all have them sometimes, especially in cricket, where it just absolutely knocks the stuffing out of you when you land.
Van to the northeast, who squeezes that away and got a couple.
I remember I once tripped over one of the ropes that was holding a cricket net up. Just didn't see it at all.
Did you see?
Had that sort of feeling.
Did you see a particular member of the media falling over
Yes.
at T20 finals day?
Oh dear.
When he wasn't looking where he was going. Single to northeast as Van Buren at least is well enough to complete that over.
I must admit, I very
14
harshly...
overs to go for Kent. 14 overs to go. And the rate has not really moved. That's a very steady graph.
It's really been from about 2.6 to now 3.3, and that's it, isn't it? But no, I must admit, quite harshly, I thought, oh, they've scripted that. Classic bit of ham acting there. Then I looked at the replay and it was really obvious that it wasn't.
No, absolutely not.
And, of course, great sympathy from his colleagues. Kate Cross poising and laughing. Ollie Price, 3rd over.
I wonder how Matt Parkinson might bowl on this. And Jaden Denley, I suppose, could as well, potentially.
Oh, that's a big heave attempt from Singh. Again, they just can't find the timing on these big shots, and especially now, these batters are having to come out and play big shots straight away. They're running out of overs here, Ken.
Everson is arguably the Daz Ahmed of the team, isn't he?
There goes northeast. He's hit that high into space and all the way. Said it was going to take a massive hit out there. I mean, that corner of the boundary has got to be, well, it's at least 70 yards, if not more than that, and that's cleared everything. It's only cleared the boundary, right, by a couple of yards, but that's a huge hit to get it there. He's rocking back and finding a single. So even with a short boundary, it's taken until the 37th over for the first 6 of the innings. And northeast 3 4s and a 6. Nobody else has more than 1 4. There, though, you got the impression that a big shot was being prepared for. They seem to have decided that Price, as the 6th bowler, bowling to a couple of right-handers, might have to be the one to go. But he is asking them to hit
to the longer
side, yeah. Albeit angling it across them outside the off stump, but he's not giving them that width. And there's a fine stop, which may or may not have saved a single, but throwing yourself about, continuing that pressure on in the field, especially with a new batter, Singh, 2 from 9.
So whatever Van Buren's problem was, it's not going to hinder him to continue bowling. 7 overs for 23 at the moment.
Just another score, by the way. Northamptonshire now 178 for 5 against Surrey. That match taking place at Guildford, where Gloucestershire met Surrey last season.
Year, yeah. In fact, where they played, I think they played Leicestershire on Friday on that ground as well. Footwork again from northeast, who's worked out that having been there for close to 100 deliveries now, he's got to equally be as aggressive as the batter at the other end. Singh goes down the ground, and that is a clean hit, and that's gone all the way for 6. In the slot, that one. That was a rarity for Kent to find something that was really hittable cleanly down the ground like that and into the white picket fence around the playing area here in Bristol.
They do still have to have 5 up for the next 2.4 overs.
Appearing again. Singh goes back but doesn't get the power on that and hits it into the ground. Did he get 1 up to Daz Ahmed?
And that does always mean that you do have a boundary option or a fielder to clear. It wouldn't have mattered if that hadn't gone for 6, but so often when you have that fielder up, it just frees you up to maybe not swing quite so hard.
Rao is limbering up, so he may be thinking of may have had a call. Ollie Price has bowled 3 overs from that end for Beeren in a northeast, scampering another single. He's got more than half his team's runs, Sound Northeast.
Yes, and a lot less than half the deliveries as well. 16.2 of the 37.5 overs.
Singh goes deep in his crease. Wants 2 here, but he won't get it. Bancroft coming round to field from deep mid-wicket. So now it's getting interesting for Jack Taylor in terms of his permutation. He's got to think about who might be bowling at the death. He's got a bit of flexibility because he's used a 6th bowler, and Rao is being brought back. He's got 5 overs left. I wouldn't think it would be all 5 in one go in this spell. I might be wrong, but I would have thought this might be maybe a 2 or 3 overs depending on how it goes.
Yeah, I suppose they can always keep him going if it's going well.
Oh,
but yes, I think unless Kent really start to become 7 or 8 down, as you say, it probably is.
Or I mean, if he has 1 very expensive over, I imagine he'll be taken out straight away. But
I think
at this stage,
the move probably had to be made by Jack Taylor after a couple of 6s in the previous 2 overs. Maybe not from both ends, but just go back to seam from one end and see what happens. No run there, that's for sure.
And you've got a newish batter to bowl at as well. I mean, I get the fact that Singh has cleared the boundary already, but
just a couple of notes actually also on that game at Guildford, where Northamptonshire 181 for 5 in the 41st over. Nathan McSweeney, of course, yet more runs. He'll be cut off at shortish mid-wicket. Hammond, what a surprise, about 3 extra rolls along the floor, but he stops the ball. That's the most important thing. And for Northamptonshire, losing 2 pretty quick wickets. They were 178 for 3 and then losing 2 wickets in 3 balls, both set batters. But opening the bowling for Surrey in that game, that's a good shot from Ekansh Singh. 1 bounce over extra cover, and I think that might be shot of the day. Creating the space, lifting it over the infield, and okay, it's not the biggest hit we've seen, but it's one of the most eye-catching. Skip down, make it into a real long half volley, which it wasn't out of the hand. Then clear extra cover, who's still in because Gloucestershire is still trying to attack. Rightly so. Oh, that's a strange shot. Threw it too early, wasn't it? As he was trying to pull and then
the
pulled out of it.
forehand tennis smash that was.
Pulled out of the pull.
So the previous ball, this is the one where, yes.
It was right off the toe as well. It was a bit wider than I thought looking at it.
Certainly gave himself plenty of room off that previous ball to hit out over extra cover.
Goes short again. I don't know how he's getting these balls where he is, but he's finding one for it and finding the funny side of it. What's that come? He Q-ended that one, I think. So he's toe-ended one with the bat face facing the bowler, and now he's cued one to long on. The chalk shot.
Was that wasn't given as a no ball, was it? No, I think there was a signal for umpire Shaffitt. That was the one for the over.
Short again, hammered out through mid-wicket. Long chase for Darrywall, and gets there just. Sliding, now a bit of hesitation about coming back for a third, and Akansh Singh knows that that particular spot on the outfield is quite dangerous coming back for threes too. It's almost where Will Williams delivered his throw from. It's even more of a sharp angle than that, and they settle for two. So good work from Darrywall around the boundary, and there's the partnership. So this partnership is already threatening the biggest of the innings of 39. But I was going to say, opening the bowling for Surrey, James Taylor, who was on loan for Kent earlier this season.
Played in the championship.
Took 10 wickets in the match.
No.
Speaking of Taylors.
Yeah, speaking of Taylors, the skipper's going to bring himself on with 11 overs to go.
Or even Jay Taylors.
So Jack Taylor becomes the 7th bowler to be used. And Buren 8 overs for 33. But now, the skipper with his leg spin. And with Taz Ahmed being sent back out to the long on boundary, and with Darrywall coming up to mid-off. It's clear that Singh is going to try and put back to ball here. Oh, and Darrywall misses an attempted chance of a catch, and it's gone past him for 4. It was close to both. He'll be a bit maybe annoyed he didn't take the catch, but equally annoyed it's got past him, because if he'd blocked it would only have been a single.
Just faded away from him, didn't it?
Singh tries to whip that into the leg side. They should only get 1, and Taz Ahmed keeps them down to a single. So Kent still might get 230 out of this, you know.
The acceleration is starting to come, isn't it? They've been scoring at around about 7s of late.
Slashed and just over the flying Will Williams.
Bit of a hard landing there. Don't think his passengers will be too happy.
North East having to just increase the risk at the moment, although not there, and didn't want a single either.
Gloucestershire would surely be disappointed if Kent got to 250 from here, 10 and over.
250, yeah, 250 definitely. I mean, even 230 possibly. Taylor thought about trying to get the stumping off a wide out to James Bracey by firing it wide of Akansh Singh, but in the end, the Kent batter readjusted his own line. 154 for 5, 10 to go, and the last phase of the game, with Kent having one batter who's come in and just tried to change the tempo, and another who's sort of played through a pretty sticky start, and it's not been fluent from North East by any means, but it has been important.
Yeah, well, it's the first real partnership, isn't it, in terms of not just the fact that it is producing runs, but they are complementing each other out there in terms of North East is getting Akansh Singh back on strike, Akansh Singh is finding boundaries.
I wonder if Rao will go short again here.
It's sort of it's a legitimate plan, given that you've got this massive boundary out to the onside. And now, of course, an extra fielder can go back. And that is hit away into that leg side boundary. Great stop. Darrywell back on the boundary and back saving important runs. Keeps it to 2. That outstanding cricket, I think somebody said down below us. It was. Might as well come up here.
Good combination work between Darrywell and Charlesworth. Rao
Flying stops on the boundary from Darrywell, yeah.
Rao clearly bowling to, I wouldn't say instruction, but to definite strategy.
That's a good straight shot. One bounce for going full, and whether that was the attempted Yorker that was just a bit short or whether it was more of a hard length delivery that ended up full, I'm not sure, but it just ended up right on that hitting length. And whilst we've been talking about the short and long square boundaries, there is always a short straight boundary there. Gloucestershire moving to protect it with long off back now. Oh, he's not got anything of that. Almost lodged in his pad flap, Sam Northeast. He's already had a fairly eventful time of it when it comes to his pads in this innings, with that LBW appeal from Ahmed's bowling that reversed his pad round to the other side of his leg. See, that's if you're Ahmed, surely you're dining out on that, aren't you? See, I bowled so quickly that it forced his pad almost completely off. It almost blew his pad off his leg. Back to short, and whilst it wasn't the most pretty piece of cricket, it will keep Northeast to a single. And it's that sort of stage, isn't it, where batters are looking to thrash the ball more in the last 10 of an innings, and as a bowler, you're going less for the technical purity that we had in the early stages of this innings and more for whatever works.
And there was technical purity, because they did bowl very, very accurately and very straight for the first 30 overs, I would say.
Obviously flicked by Singh, but good fielding from Luke Charlesworth. It looks routine on the boundary, but any little fumble and Singh was ready to sprint back for a second. Just for the first time, that feeling that the Kent batters, there are 2 who have the measure of the surface, and that's been...
And you'd have to think
really,
that Grant Stewart might be thought about being promoted above Everson too. If the
driving, catching Bancroft at short extra. Northeast didn't keep that down, and a first wicket for Aman Rao, who has his maiden list A success. Gave himself so much space trying to access that offside. He premeditated that, and it was actually almost in the block hole from Rao, and probably by Bancroft's standards a relatively straightforward catch at short extra cover. It was still travelling, but generous reception for Sam Northeast, who has not given his wicket away and was there at the back end trying to accelerate, but goes for a gritty 84.
Yes, he didn't put his bat up much to acknowledge the applause as he walked off, and that probably tells you...
No, not for the half century.
No, he didn't think much of the way he played today in terms of its fluency. Joey Everson is in fact the new batter at number 8. 9 overs to go. Still find it fascinating what Gloucestershire might do right at the death here in terms of who they select. Rao has 3 left. Williams has 2 left. Charlesworth has 2 left. Ahmed has 4 left. Probably, but at his pace might be considered the most hittable. And then you've got the spinners.
If Williams comes back, I wonder if there's a chance he comes back from this pavilion end, because he does like to bowl wide Yorkers at the death. And if he was going to do that, to the short offside boundary from the far end, because there's only right-handers left. Well, that would be the option. He might just decide to bowl very straight Yorkers if he comes back from
Again,
his
just
usual
just limbering up a moment or two ago. So here's Jack Taylor, though, to bowl the 42nd. And Singh has got that away past the dive of Williams. They'll come back for a couple. So now, perhaps Singh feels that he has to call the tune. That's a good clean hit. That will be 6 of whatever Kent end up with. That's the shorter boundary. And that's the second time he's cleared the rope. Once straight and once away out, way over Cameron Bancroft at Cow Corner.
He's a very talented cricketer, Akansh Singh. Just recently turned 20.
Taylor into him again. That's wider, attemptedly wider, and Hammond fields on the bounce to stop the single.
I mean, they've really
Short
found
extra.
a dream there in terms of somebody who can balance any side as an all-rounder.
Oh, it's hit that into the ground over James Bracey's head. How's he managed to do that? It's a very strange shot. Nothing Bracey could do.
Just an under edge, straight down into the ground.
So first delivery for Everson. She works away for a single. Had a lot bigger role in that earlier one-day cup win up at Trent Bridge. Singh tries to cut that hard past Williams at point, but nothing on it. So Jack Taylor, having introduced himself into the attack very late, has been quite expensive relatively. Two overs for 18 compared to everybody else is very loose.
It was 12 in 2 balls, wasn't it? I mean, and in fairness, they were 2 very good shots from Akansh Singh as well. They weren't bad balls that he's, you know, like a drag down or something that he's pulled into the short boundary. He had to create those opportunities.
So Luke Charlesworth is being brought back. So he's got 2 overs left.
It might be similar plan to Rao here, just try and bowl very straight, mix up lengths. That's a good start, and Singh launching himself back into his ground. Hammond delivering the quick throw. I think he was always safe there, but worth checking, given there was always going to be a fielder there to back up. Bancroft at short extra. Joey Everson, born in Peterborough, if I remember rightly. I'll double check that in a moment, but played his club cricket in South Lincolnshire for Bourne. Spelled my way.
Yeah, Bourne. Your Lincolnshire geography is pretty good. Where is that?
Well, it is north of Peterborough.
Right.
Probably closer, actually, to Peterborough than a lot of places in,
so technically
in Lincolnshire.
Yeah.
Coming down the pitch, appeal for LBW here. Considered that, did umpire Shafayat. Ultimately decides no, leg by, so no bat involved. Waiting for ball track. No, not waiting for ball tracking. Not yet. And going a long way down the leg side.
So near the Cambridgeshire border then, effectively.
Yeah, I
Bourne.
suppose that sort of, sort of triangle really. Not far off Nottinghamshire. either, I guess. Rutland, all those counties coming together. Just nudged down to Fine Leg, who's still back on the boundary, Graham van Buren. First run off the bat in the over. Yeah, I never actually went to Bourne Cricket Club in my short days whilst I was still studying, doing a bit of league umpiring on the side. Oh, there's such glamorous locations as Boston Cricket Club, Bracebridge Heath.
What's the standard like?
Well, it depended actually. You get all sorts of different different standards. Alford was a nice place to go. The windmill, which had its sails removed due to high winds in a storm, which blew one of them off. They just got rid of all of them. Again, turned off the hit, but it'll only be one, so that is a really top over at this stage from Luke Charlesworth.
Just two off it.
Having a good day. Wickets of Dawkins and Benjamin, as you see there, and through 9 overs. And just as, admittedly, they had taken that wicket of North East, which may have stalled the momentum a little bit anyway, but still 7 overs left, and you know, still was the case if they scored it around about 10s, which is not unthinkable in this day and age, that they could get towards 250. So really top over from Charlesworth.
Van Buren back. Worked out the busy Darawal by Joey Everson for a single. Kent could end up where Gloucestershire were at Kibworth if these two stay in. And Singh's got a full toss. He's pummeled that high up into the air, and it's gone for 6. I did wonder whether Daz Ahmed was going to get underneath that. It went a long way up, but it went far enough towards the pavilion to clear the rope and into the fence.
A 6 of that distance, and you can see it's not very much not middle of the bat, but a 6 of that distance is often a chance of a catch, but because, as you say, it went so high, no opportunity.
Goes for the wide Yorker. Van Buren's the follow-up, but only get 1 this time.
But he is continuing to target straight off the spinners with some success.
So 4 6s now in the innings, and Singh has hit 3 of them. Just important in giving Kent some kind of a total to bowl at here. Just middle that one up to Jack Taylor up at long off. Slapped towards Darawal, but again, a tumbling cover from him. Everson picks up a couple, and Graham van Buren's figures look far worse than that. He's bowled today. He's now going at over 5 and over. 9
exactly
overs,
5,
actually
yeah.
5. 9 overs for 45, and you think, well, they must have just milked singles off him. Well, in reality, yes, but he has conceded now 2 6s, which make a massive difference to the overall analysis.
Yeah, he is having probably to bowl a bit deeper into the innings for a couple of reasons. One, because they were continuing to push with the seamers up front, which I think was exactly the right move. But also, just in terms of that death bowling, having to bowl a few overs later on, and you know, maybe in the past, Van Buren would have already rushed through his 10 overs for about 40 by now, but given more of a role in the latter stage.
Yeah, so this is Charlesworth's last.
2 for 35. Well, hoping that that's into some space for a second, but it's just too firm and Darrowell just too quick. He'd be plus quite a few on that boundary today in terms of those fielding scorecards that get kept. Somebody will be doing that. I believe that's somebody's exciting role, not necessarily the analyst.
Job given to an intern, perhaps.
Or even somebody who's injured or something like that. That's walloped away. It was a fairly uncomplicated swing of the bat from Joey Everson, but wide of long on and a boundary for him. I suppose with Grant Stewart still lurking in the pavilion, and before that, Everson 6 off 9. Probably have been feeling, right, that's probably enough deliveries now where I've now really got to try and launch. Oh, he's tried to clear mid off. Simple catch. And well might Luke Charlesworth celebrate. Having just been clattered for a boundary, he responds with another ball banged into the pitch. And that field change as well that happened the previous ball, where they dropped deep mid-wicket out as well. So shutting off pretty much all the boundary options on the leg side, backed so far away, followed him well. And that is a really intelligent piece of bowling from Luke Charlesworth, forcing the change in shot and another catch for Jack Taylor.
Found a third wicket for him in his final over. Not Singh, which would have been perhaps the more valued of the two, but still one more Kent batter back in the pavilion, even though it does bring Grant Stewart out.
Yes, yes indeed. It may not be much respite, but you've got to get him in to get him out. Whilst we've got a moment with Stewart making his way out there, I thought this might happen. I was going to mention it at one stage, but I think a 6 got hit or something, that there was the possibility that Middlesex would be done in their match before any game had completed their first innings. And that's exactly what's happened. Middlesex have wrapped up an 8-wicket win. The spectators at Radlett certainly got their money. 30 overs of cricket. Glamorgan 66 all out in 20.5 overs, and Middlesex chasing it down with 8 wickets in hand and 40.5 overs to spare. What is their net run rate going to be? About plus 1,000.
Glamorgan bowling figures wouldn't look very good either, would they?
Might as well get it done quickly. O'Riordan, 2.1 overs for 30. Oh dear. Why did he get the 0.1? A run from Stewart's first delivery. When he made that sensational 175 here last year, it was a lot targeted straight towards those flats. They do have mid-off up, but also mid-wicket up as well. So he's been given a deep third as Luke Charlesworth that wasn't there in the previous instance. Stewart just getting Akansh Singh on strike, which I suppose for the first couple of balls of Stewart's innings might be what he'll look to do. Maybe go with about 3 overs out.
One delivery left of this over, so they'd be quite happy if Stewart's facing at the start of the 46th.
So now it's back to the previous plan, which is basically everybody up on the offside apart from deep cover, and everybody back on the leg side, and almost everybody off the rope. I'll take one. No chance of a second. Again, Darrywell sprints up. And that ends a fantastic day for Luke Charlesworth. 3 for 42 from his 10 overs. The first to complete his 10 over spell. His first list A wicket in this match and celebrated with 2 more as well, and had a really good economy, set the tone with the new ball, came back with a couple of important overs there at the death as well. And he should be very proud of that.
Yeah, good effort from him. Particularly having been given a bit of tap at Taunton on Friday. So now Will Williams from this Bristol Pavilion end. He has 2 overs left.
So I'm wondering, you know, sort of what I talked about with the wide Yorkers potentially, and that's often been when he has bowled, and admittedly it's not been masses at the death for Gloucestershire across white ball cricket. He's tended to prefer the wide Yorker, and already a deep backward point is being sent back to the offside boundary. So now Williams presumably going to try and hide this ball as much as possible from the short boundary, or at least he's got the opportunity to do that with the field that he's been given. Admittedly, there's protection on the leg side as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an important role for one of the younger, inexperienced players. Either one would think either Ahmed or Rao then to bowl from the other end. He's got to find an over from this end as well because of the 5 to go. Williams outside the off stump as Ed suggested. And Singh will just get 1 out to Bancroft.
I can't see who's warming up. Doesn't seem to have been any particular tells yet. You'd imagine, I don't know, fair chance might be Rao just to continue with the shorter ball, trying to get them to pull to the long boundary. So it'd be an option.
You need to find 2 overs from that end, obviously. Williams can bowl 2 of the 3 from this pavilion end if they wish. Back foot straight to Hammond from Grant Stewart.
These are very important overs, needless to say. Whilst you've worked so hard for 45 overs, controlled the innings for nearly all of them, you just don't want to give the opposition anything to take with them.
There was 76. There was 76 for 3 at halfway. So they've still, Kent, managed to recover actually pretty well from there. Single out to Darrell. Stewart rotating the strike.
I suppose it shows that value of one batter almost batting through. North East at least able to glue together enough partnerships of about 30 odd. They didn't crumble through the middle like they might have done if Gloucestershire had taken a couple of quick wickets, or if had really given some wickets away.
Singh has a slash at that, and he's gone. Williams' return and an important wicket with the dismissal of Ikant Singh. He's looking a little bit with a glare at James Treadwell, but here's another look at it. It was wide. Williams knew, Bracey knew, and I think the only query from perhaps the batter was whether it might have been called as a wide anyway. But
I think, yeah, we were staring down as much as at the umpire, I think. But
so now they're into the tail, Gloucestershire, and they'll really want to tighten the grip on this.
Just inside the wide line, I think it would have been. The plan was very much there, and whilst it wasn't a Yorker, it was hidden out there. But that's an important effort from MATCHDAY Singh, and you never know. It could still. We've already seen games in this one-day cup competition where sides have either not chased or well, more struggled to chase scores of about 170, 180. I'm not suggesting that should be the case here, but equally, 42 off 34 is a very different output from anybody else in this Kent innings so far.
Yeah, North East, I think he was 20 off 30 at one stage, finished up with 84 off 107, but only 4 fours and a 6 in that. Just shows how hard he had to work to build that innings. And now with only the last two batters there, it opens up all kinds of options, I think, for the fielding side in terms of what they might do. Matt Milnes has come out at number 10.
Certainly somebody who can more than hold a bat. And can hit a long ball.
Williams might just be a bit too canny for him.
Well, you'd sort of get the impression that he would want to give Stewart more of the strike overall, but if it's in Milne's wheelhouse, he's certainly got the eye and the power to do some damage.
Another player who's played for two other counties other than Kent.
Yeah, come home like Sam North East.
Williams to bowl to Milnes, and he's off the mark with a single out to Daz Ahmed, and a wicket for Will Williams on his return. One in his opening spell, and now a second one in his 9th of a possible 10.
When I say come home, I need to start at Nottinghamshire, Matt Milnes, but I'm sure Kent supporters would say he's come home, and he might even say so as well.
Yes, in fact, we're going to see Ahmed from the Ashley Down Road end, I think.
Yeah, so Ahmed getting the chance to do some death bowling, which he's not done masses of as of yet, and Bracey appears to be standing back for now.
Ben Feasey on the public address duties today, stadium announcer duties.
6 overs, 1 for 13. Ahmed's first spell.
I'd have loved those figures on a Saturday afternoon.
I'd love to have bowled 6 overs.
I remember one weekend when I was a lot younger. The team I played for we had very little bowling available. So I bowled 20 overs on the Saturday and 20 overs on the Sunday.
That's what I was saying, man. I thought you were about to say on the bounce.
Well, yeah. Well,
yeah? Oh. How about that? It's a pleasant shot from
as in,
Milnes.
effectively, bowled unchanged on the Saturday from one end and unchanged on the Sunday from one end.
That was the shoulder after that.
It was a bit...
Still feeling the effects?
Yeah. It was a bit weary on the Monday.
Still just looking to rotate the strike, Grant Stewart, who's in pretty much the same colours as he would have been for Italy. The T20
blue.
World Cup. Yeah, it is almost, isn't it?
It is.
A lighter blue than Kent have sometimes gone for.
So it's very similar to the Rugby Union International blue, rather than the Italian football team blue.
Short, swatting. Sort of a shot from Milnes there, just getting on top of it, but you sort of know, A, that in that situation as the 200 comes up for Kent here, sort of know that if you get caught out on the boundary trying to clear the boundary at that stage, there'll be some quite stony expressions and stares in the dressing room if you do that. Pace off to extra cover. Bancroft might fancy a shy, he does, but Milnes probably home anyway, and Joe Phillips on the field again.
Matt Parkinson, he's played quite a bit of this day, but he wouldn't have batted all that much.
Ed Middleton as well on the field, by the way, sorry, Ian. Short third, Ed Middleton.
Yes.
No timing there. Just taking all the pace off here. Ahmed. It's canny stuff. Wind's getting up, isn't it?
I wonder whether Everson might be Everson is the equivalent for Kent as a bowler, isn't he? This sort of pace.
Might be able to use the wind as well. If it's not swinging, which it may well be, but use the wind. Drop and run. I think Charles will just eat that. He will. No need for a shot at the stumps, really. Gloucestershire will take the over that goes for 5. So 202 for 8, 3 overs left. And there were some taller buildings constructed, but then the city ran out of money. Planning permission for the other big skyscrapers went awry.
I think James Healy's got the partnership graphic of the Kent innings. They haven't had a partnership of 50 at any point. No, 47 between Singh and North East. And every time you think somebody's threatened to get away, wicket goes. And again, and again. It's been a repeat. But North East was the static for a lot of it. 3 overs to go. Will Williams, with a very, very wide outside the off stump. Only the second wide of the innings, in fact. But that was overcooking the width outside the off stump.
Yes, perhaps he just didn't quite factor in the crosswind and just missed the runway there.
Mills slaps that up to Jack Taylor at mid-off. He'll get 1.
Or perhaps he did what I've done on a flight simulator and land on the wrong runway. Well, you end up with left and right, don't you? It's not that I can't tell my difference between left and right, but sometimes a taxiway just looks a lot like a runway.
Stewart. Aerial. Chance for a third catch for Jack Taylor potentially, and he's clung on to it. It's probably certainly the most difficult of the 3 he's taken. And that's a good effort to take the wicket of Grant Stewart coming over his shoulder, and it was a real into the fingers one, but he's clung onto it, and it's a 3rd wicket for Will Williams, and Kent are 9 down, and Gloucestershire, even with that concept of possibly getting to 230, which we kind of thought was about as far as Kent might aim, even to get them 20 runs under that now will feel a very good effort, particularly if they can bowl them out.
I would just say also a word for those live stream viewers who are hopefully enjoying the pictures from the roving camera that we are able to bring you on the Gloucestershire live stream. A big thank you to Holly, who is up on the roof and able to bring you those pictures, because it really does mean that we don't have to just describe everything that's happening. You can see it for yourself. As that was going up, I must say, no slight on Jack Taylor, but I thought that was going to take some catching, because it always looked as if it was getting away from him, and then just last minute extension to catch it. And you know, even with 16 balls left in the innings, if Grant Stewart hits 4 or 5 of those for 6, which he's perfectly capable of doing, different story. And now it almost feels as if Kent probably have to just make sure they bat out the 50 here with Parkinson in.
Williams, his field set precisely at this point, even though he's bowling to the number 11. Parkinson defends right on the offside. I say he's got an average of 14, but there've been quite a lot of not outs in there, and it's from a career he's made only 132 runs in this format. That tells you all you need to know. He's not in the team for his batting. Oh, he squeezed that with a Harrow drive or a Harrow cut, depending on what you might think. He's got, at least he's off the mark. And a bit of a grin between Williams and Parkinson as well, as they pass each other at the non-striker's end.
The man from Bolton.
Yeah.
That Parkinson. Callum Parkinson had a good time of it on this ground with Durham, taking some wickets in championship match earlier this season.
So what can Milnes do? Oh, he's gone down the ground with a flat-batted swat, which is gathered by Ollie Price again for a single. So certainly less pressure, if that's the right word, although pressure is for tyres, isn't it? On whoever is going to bowl the last 2 overs, certainly the last over from this end, if it gets that far. Williams has got...
The stress level has certainly gone down since Grant Stewart was out.
So this is, if it's not a no ball, this is Williams' last ball.
They drop almost everybody back, tempting Parkinson for the single here.
Well, they'll take the single. Gloucestershire will be happy enough with that. They might want 2, but Milnes won't make it back. So Williams has finished with 3 for 33. And that's a good effort from Will Williams. Again, he was expensive on Friday, but a good stint from him. Ahmed is going to bowl the 49th over, and Gloucester think I've just got to find someone to bowl the last.
He's just
if necessary.
So rarely expensive, Will Williams, that you would have, not that I'm condoning such things, but you would have put quite a lot on Williams not going for a huge amount today, regardless of conditions or being backed up the way he has from the other end. The partnerships that Gloucestershire have bowled in, you really do have to just go back to that start with Williams and Luke Charlesworth, and then the Ahmed Rao partnership, more than backing up what they'd done. It will be Ahmed to close out from the Ashley Down Road end.
Could close out in more ways than one.
Straight to cover from Parkinson.
They're going to have only about 4 and over to play with here, Kent, aren't they?
Yes, you would not think they would restrict Gloucestershire. It's going to have to be either close to or more likely actually bowling Gloucestershire out. Banged in short, and he'll get away with that. 1 for the over. Looked quite high, but...
Very high.
Yeah. I'm not sure if our arms are outstretched up here, but it certainly did balloon up. It's a question of when it did it, and he did just skip down as well. That looks fine, actually. Yeah, that's a good call from James Treadwell at square leg. Well, Parkinson's gone for the big shot. He's got it just outside the 30-yard circle. But he does at least get Milnes on strike.
1 run to Ollie Price. Nothing on the boundary at long on.
Now Milnes may be more in the mood to think, well, just block out, because also he doesn't know how many of these deliveries he's actually going to get to face anyway, because it's taken Parkinson 3 attempts to get him on strike this over. Does go for the big one. He's taken on the big boundary. Dhariwal, catch taken. And that is the end of the innings. So Milnes did go for the big shot and gives Ahmed his 2nd wicket, which means that will go down as his list A best of 2 for 19, beating his previous best of 2 for 21. And they do indeed close out the innings in the penultimate over. So we'll never know who would have bowled the last over. And Kent all out for 208, and an innings which really spluttered its way along, and they lost wickets at relatively regular intervals. There was just that time when Ekansh Singh got things going with his 42 from 34, when you felt Kent might threaten 250, especially if somebody else could come in like a Stewart or a Milnes or an Everson and have another big contribution. But it is Gloucestershire who will certainly take the plaudits at the halfway stage, but you don't win any game at halfway. But the spectators here will certainly appreciate the efforts of the bowlers and fielders.
And interestingly, the opening bowlers, the 3 wickets, were all bowled when the ball was hard. Increasingly, well, all the other wickets were caught. Three catches to Jack Taylor. I wonder if that's an indication that when the ball gets soft, the pitch just doesn't have that ease of manipulation, if you like, that a batter would really like. North East had to work very hard for that 84. It was not an innings of great beauty. I think even he himself, as he walked off, kind of acknowledged that. But the fact that he was there and was able to glue a lot of the innings together at least has got Kent a workable total. They're not out of the game at 208, especially if they can bowl well at the outset. That's the scene of the on the outfield during the period between innings. This is the Kent card. Dawkins bowled Luke Charlesworth 9. Bell Drummond bowled Williams 1. North East caught Bancroft bowled Rao 84. Finch bowled Ahmed 8. Benjamin caught Bracey bowled Luke Charlesworth for 20. Jaden Denley caught Jack Taylor bowled Price 16. Ekansh Singh caught Bracey bowled Williams 42. Everson caught Jack Taylor bowled Charlesworth 10. Stewart caught Jack Taylor bowled Williams 4. Milnes caught Darrell bowled Ahmed 6. Parkinson not out 3. Only 5 extras in the innings, so good discipline from Gloucestershire with only 2 wides and 3 leg byes. And the bowling figures: Williams 3 for 33 from 10, Charlesworth 3 for 42 from 10, Rao 1 for 31 from 7, Van Buren 0 for 45 from 9. That doesn't tell you how economically in the main he bowled. Just conceded 2 big sixes to Singh towards the end of that stint. Price 3 overs 1 for 17, Jack Taylor 2 overs for 18, and Ahmed, who finished things off, 7 overs and 4 balls, 2 for 19. Play will resume here at approximately 2:45.
Would also say, as you will see, commentators at gccc.co.uk if you would like to get in touch via email, and also especially if you do have any questions for Alice Bird, who will hopefully be rejoining us for a stint in the second innings.
So Gloucestershire 209 they'll need to win. I say play will resume here at about 2:45, and we'll be back with you for the chase in this one-day cup fixture here in Bristol.
Yorkshire in the 42nd over, 261 for 5 against Sussex. Worcestershire Rackets have just completed their innings. They're 307 for 8 against Hampshire. Lancashire in the 45th over, 383 against Leicestershire. Somerset after 46 overs, 304 against Warwickshire. And Guildford, Northamptonshire Steelbacks, 254 for 8 after their 50 overs against Surrey. This afternoon, our match once against our sponsors: Seat Training, St. Hostel, Adidas, LED Studios, Bit 58, Mattress Cider, Hunter, Barton and Cody, Run, Heineken, 6 o'clock queue, Easy, Sports Roots, Race Project, Coventry Garden Centre, Nutrition X, BS7 Gym, Bristol Shop, turns west. Thanks also to our official helmet supplier, Zoom. You're probably aware we have a family fun day here at the CED Stadium this afternoon. And today we welcome cricket clubs to the CED Stadium who will be running today's critical activation. Cricket clubs offers exciting action sessions for boys and girls aged between 2.5 and 6, introducing the basics of cricket through games activities. And their structured programmes help the children develop cricketing skills, building on confidence and coordination, and hopefully inspiring a lifelong love of the game. We've got other family fun activities in progress as well, as you can see. Including our inflatable balls. This is the Gloucestershire Cricket Coaching Centre. July 31st when they take on Surrey. That fixture creates the very first competitive match in our history, first played in the Eastern Premier League. Fantastic atmosphere.
They would have been unbearable.
Tickets are available for £15 per adult. Club shop. There are only limited tickets remaining across the Cricket Festival. Cricket Gloucestershire Men's and Metro Day will take part against Gloucestershire on Tuesday, August 11th. And Frank Wilson's team begins the festival against Sussex Sharks on Saturday, August 8th, before returning to Cheltenham to take on the Kent Saturday, August 16th. Tickets available and membership results available online. Club shop. Gloucestershire's sponsor lineup. The tickets for the Nottinghamshire Outlaws Championship, St Lawrence Tribute match is completely sold out. Entry is left only available to members. This match, of course, will be a very special occasion for the raise awareness and funding for the Motor Neurone Disease Association. members of the Bristol Cricket Club who are joining us today as they celebrate their 175th anniversary. Club was founded in 1851 and came out with the Bristol District Cricket Association in 1899. They've enjoyed memorable victories against Gloucestershire over the years. The Gloucestershire team has been with the likes of Bill Kennedy, Zahir Abbas, Sadiq Mohammed and David Greenwood, to name a few. They're still going strong in the Bristol and District League today. Congratulations to everyone involved at Bristol Cricket Club on 175 years. This match will resume in 10 minutes. Gloucestershire's target, 209. On behalf of Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, a Senior Heat Stadium, let's have a round of applause for our cricket tops. Thank you for taking part in our match day. Thanks for having a great afternoon. The equal contact to the middle, umpires James Treadwell and Bilal Shafaya. Match referee Victory is 7 advantage. Your score is 1 to Adrian Ball. Entered the field, captained by Daniel Beltrame. And keeping wicket, Chris Benjamin.
So as the cameras switch from the youngsters just packing up their game of, well, I say it was a quick cricket game, more like a drill really more than
Family
anything.
fun.
Was it?
Well,
Ah,
I'm not
right.
sure it was family, if it was family fun or more kids fun, but isn't that what family fun's basically about
Yep.
anyway?
And players are on their way out to the middle with Kent defending 208 and Gloucestershire looking to get off the mark in this one-day cup, having had defeats in both the first two away games at Kibworth and at Taunton. So James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft opening the batting, and it will be, I think, probably Milnes and Stewart, you would have thought, to open for Kent with really the need for early wickets, you would think.
Yes, and a man who has a 7 for List A cricket with a ball in hand.
Milnes from the Bristol Pavilion end, round the wicket to Bracey initially, 2 slips in.
But he, from afar, this may not be right, but from afar, he always seems like a bowler, Matt Milnes, that takes wickets in real clusters. If he's having a spell, he can, he can take 4 for 5 or whatever, and he's done it several times in his career. So to be about their business in the early going, even chasing 209.
So just over 4 and over. And as Bracey gets Gloucestershire underway with a single, the key from a Kent point of view clearly is early wickets. From a Gloucestershire point of view, don't get stuck on the blocks.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see how they approach it, really. You'd imagine Bancroft will play the way that Bancroft plays. I don't think too much changes that, and it certainly isn't a situation where he needs to change anything. And Bracey in 50-over cricket has tended to be really quite aggressive in the first 10 overs, so we'll see whether that continues here.
Over the wicket to the right-hander. Good bounce. And taken by Chris Benjamin, who is keeping wicket in this match, indeed in this format so far.
I'll take a step back after that. Left on length. Ooh, up it went.
Skipper Bell Drummond is observing from mid-on at the moment.
The surface looks, from a distance, you'll be able to see it a little bit, as well. It looks a little bit blotchy. Not that it's, I don't think it's played badly at all for the 208 all out, but don't know. As the game wears on, especially if the sun comes out this afternoon, we're interested to see whether that has any effect at all.
Milne's quite close to the stumps. He delivers. That was a strangled yelp.
Even side edge, I think.
Yeah. Which Slips and keeper would not have seen necessarily. Stewart is down at third man, so fair to assume he's going to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end. Yeah, Bancroft doesn't need to be in a hurry here, and that probably suits him. Saw Kent win a 50 over game up at Derby, I think 2024, I want to say, where Matt Parkinson bowled really well, and they were actually chasing a similar figure to the one they're defending today. Jack Leaning got a 70 not out to win that, and that was a very much an old school kind of one-day cup match. I won't say on a Derby pitch. You would not perhaps expect that to be anything else.
No, I was there for the first game of this competition in another capacity, and there primarily to watch one man, it has to be said, who then promptly delivered a typically melodramatic but captivating 100. Ben Stokes for Durham. Here's Stewart. Bracey possibly finding what a lot of Kent batters found, that this is not the sort of surface where you can necessarily just step towards the ball and have a whack. Also reminded me a bit, this match, of what I think, you may correct me if I'm wrong here, Ian, but the last 50 over match between Kent and Gloucestershire. Oh, that's very wide. And okay, so Bracey just playing over the top of it, angling across him. But Kent played Gloucestershire in 2021. It was the last game of the group stage.
So that would have been
season.
So would that have been with crowds at that point?
Limited crowds, yes. Back for a couple of runs. Not that it has to be said, at Beckenham you'd always know the difference, given the fact that the spectators are all in one stand 4 miles away from where you are. But a very un-Beckenham like scorecard, given that it's got a well-earned reputation for being a batting paradise. Can't force that one off the back foot, Bracey. 218 for 9 Kent posted from their 50 overs in that match. Ollie Robinson opened the batting and made 75 off 102, so not dissimilar to the Sam North East innings that we saw. Darren Stevens came in and made a 40 in the lower to middle order. Was kept company for a while by Harry Podmore and James Logan, left arm spinner. But it was a slightly crazy day, that one. Chris Dent got 100 for Gloucestershire in the reply. And I suppose from these openers' point of view, not that they'd be thinking about that exactly at the moment, but as their attitude would have to be, there's actually 100 for the taking, given that there's over 200 runs to score. But Dent made 112 of 108 that day. Contributions from Ollie Price, who opened the batting. I think that may have been the first time he'd done that. Very new at that stage. Cuts back there. Seam movement from Stewart. So not a attacking start from Gloucestershire. They're having to be careful. 3 without loss after 2 overs. Graham van Buren batted at 4 and made 51 not out from 44 balls, and Gloucestershire won with 12.2 overs to spare. But it was what happened after that was the chaos, because if you remember the previous, I think it was the previous fixture was supposed to be held at Radlett, but Gloucestershire had some COVID cases, and the group was then decided on a points per game basis rather than on points.
Milnes in, and was that only off the pad? They're asking, and James Treadwell says it was only off the pad.
We've seen some balls beat the inside edge today. Milnes. Oh. Does that carry? Oh. Not sure.
2 doubts.
I think it looked as though there was some inside edge from that first replay, but I'm not sure if it quite carried to Benjamin, and if not, then that's a good spot if it hasn't.
Bancroft again defends. Let's have another look at that.
Well, I think it was a great forward defensive, personally. Yeah, it's so hard to tell those ones without zooming in, and then even if you're able to zoom in, they so often look as if they've actually bounced anyway. But, well, you'll have to potentially wind it back and replay it yourselves at home and make your own minds up.
15 times. And bear in mind this, that the umpires can only see it once at full speed.
It was a strange appeal in terms of the fact that they started to appeal, and then everybody kind of stopped and stared, and almost, I don't know whether that was Chris Benjamin saying that's not got there.
Yeah, so
but
there's a
right.
conversation between Daniel Bell Drummond and James Treadwell after that last delivery. And it may have been that the umpire was explaining why it wasn't out, in his opinion. Perhaps he can't get that away from Milnes. I've only been to Beckenham. How many times have you been to Beckenham?
I think I've only been there once,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah, I've only been once as well.
I've watched an awful lot of cricket on a live stream of various outlets from there, but I think I've only actually covered one match there.
Yeah, I've only done one, 2003. Punched away by Bracey Appleby 4. No cover, no boundary rider on that offside at this stage of the innings. And Bracey. This is the replay.
Well, it certainly does look as if it carries from there, doesn't it? But it looks to be, and I can only assume it was inside edge, because there looks to be a deflection as we look at it from front on, from left to right. So something's caused the ball to go in.
Basically works that to Joey Everson at mid-on. No, I remember that was 2003 because it's the only year that Peter Trigo played for Kent.
Oh, okay.
And he was in the team that day against Gloucestershire, who won in a chase on a baking hot afternoon.
Okay. Well, this one, I'd say, was in 2021 was almost more memorable for what happened afterwards, in a way, because with that situation of Gloucestershire having chased those runs down relatively quickly, and I think they'd started a bit later up at Old Trafford. Essex were playing Lancashire, and Gloucestershire needed Essex. You thought at that stage Gloucestershire needed Essex to win that match, and Sir Alistair Cook was going well. I think he'd scored 100. Tumbling save at backward point. And then they wobbled, and it came down to it was a classic Lancashire at Old Trafford. You know, just Stephen Croft was bowling over after over towards the back end, just no pace to work with, and a sticky pitch, big boundaries that had to be cleared. Must have come down to it more than double digits off the last over. And there'll be another save on the edge of the circle at cover, so Bancroft
Actually,
stays
James
off.
Treadwell played in that game in 2003. Kent, this is in the 45 over version of this competition. That's in the old league. That's the old sort of Sunday league version, isn't it? So 222 for 8. Kent got.
Struck on the pad. No, says umpire Shafayati's having an awkward time of this. Bancroft, 10 deliveries faced and yet to score.
Geraint Jones not out 74. And Gloucestershire 223 to win, and they won with 3 overs and 4 balls to spare. Matt Windows not out 58. Alex Kidman not out 49.
And once one there, Bancroft. That'll be tight at the non-striker's end. The left arm throw of Jaden Denley missing the stumps, and Bancroft at last, from his point of view, off the mark. But no, Simon Harmer it was who secured a tie for Essex off the last ball. They needed 3 to win off the last ball, with Harmer having hit something like 2 4s and a 6 off Stephen Croft's last over, and then they needed 3 off a ball, and Harmer just sort of worked it wide of long on and took the 2 for the tie. Through square leg, short boundary out there, and I think the ball will win this race. Yep, it does. Just the pace of it. He almost caught up with that. It can't sing, but 4 more to Bracey. Don't really have to time the pants off it to get a boundary on that side, unlike the other side. It was a strange day because the Wi-Fi was slightly dodgy at Beckenham. Oh, that's a good ball from Stewart. His reply after getting hit for 4. So 13 without loss after 4 overs here. But because it was COVID, we couldn't be in the... Or there were still COVID protocols around. We couldn't be in the pavilion off at extra cover. So we were in a little tent, Matt Cole and I, on that day, sort of wide long on. And the Wi-Fi signal wasn't the strongest. And
it never is intense, I find.
No, and so trying desperately to get this stream to work from Old Trafford to determine whether Gloucestershire were going to qualify and then try and work out where they were going to play. And as it turned out, they had to go back to the London area to face Surrey at the Oval only about 3 days later.
Milnes still hunting for a breakthrough with 2 slips. Singh is at fairly orthodox mid-wicket. He's not really going to take a single to him there by the time that he's walked in as the bowler is approaching the crease. It's a good 7 or 8 yards inside the circle. Bancroft missed a full toss on Friday at Taunton. He feels conscious that could do with a good solid score here today.
It doesn't feel, with Milnes, especially from this Bristol Pavilion end, doesn't feel as if it's easy to get the measure in terms of which balls are really carrying through and which
well, they've only had the one that's really stood up. So that was in the first over.
then I suppose previous delivery to that one was beaten over the top.
Fine from Bancroft. Only off the pad though. No bat involved, but a welcome boundary. For Gloucestershire, and you know, Kent have to be, I think, really attacking at the start here. The concept of defending, as you're defending 208, doesn't really seem an option. Bancroft again looking for a single which isn't there.
But I think what
Stopped by Jaden Denley.
what they've probably got to do is just take a leaf out of what they saw at the start from Gloucestershire in terms of the fact they certainly have to go on the attack in terms of the field, and they've kept 2 slips in and not dropped fielders back to the edge of the circle. But if they go searching too much and maybe over pitch in a way that Gloucestershire didn't, that sort of thing, or drop a few in short, then that could be problematic.
Good length ball from Mills, but just enough room for Bancroft to push that quietly up to Everson. Behind the opening pair, then would think that Singh, Everson and Parkinson are the main options. Jaden Denley could bowl some slow left arm. That's about it though, it's not. I think Beltran doesn't really bowl now, does he, because of his...
No, I don't think so.
Back issues. That's about it. So it's only really 6 bowlers at most. So a lot will be asked of the pair and Parkinson behind these two.
Yep. So interested to see what Parkinson gets out of this in terms of turn. We didn't see a great deal of turn for the Gloucestershire spinners, though, particularly Van Buren through the middle part of the innings did a job, certainly, but not much deviation.
The present impression you got only looking from the card on Friday was that Northants just milked Parkinson for singles.
That was his figures 1 for 46 from 10 overs. Stewart didn't take the new ball on that occasion because they had Keith Dudgeon. Bracey just looking to put Stewart off there, coming across and down, but Stewart wasn't put off. Still more important in terms of wickets lost or not, you feel, with this opening spell, rather than having 50 or 60 on the board after 10. That's one to go after, though, and Bracey has not missed out. Back of the mound stand, and I think it may even have gone over it. OK, it's a short boundary, but I think that has gone onto the concourse behind the mound stand. He got a half tracker and belted it.
Yeah, down the steps, I think, at the back.
Might need a new ball if it's hit the concrete and bounced over into the college buildings. Yeah, unless it's... I just still don't think it's come back, has it? Oh, here we go. Somebody's got it. The original ball's back on the field, but there's a question. If it's gone out of the ground, then it has to be replaced anyway, but now the umpires might just have a look at the original ball, which might be seeing stars at the moment after that contact.
Clean hit from Bracey.
And it's what I mean, last year when Gloucestershire got off to the flying start that they did in the group stage of 2025, winning their first 6 matches, wasn't it? Bracey was so harsh on any delivery like that. Can't chop this one past backward point. But it was just... List A has always been a good format for James Bracey. It feels like a format that allows him to be aggressive within what he does as a batter. You see what I mean? He doesn't. He's got a good defensive technique, and he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to play any shots that don't come naturally to him, and especially opening the batting, he knows that he'll have plenty of scope for finding boundaries as well.
It's almost like they've had an hours-long team meeting, and someone said to James, hey, "Just go out and bat. just go out and bat. Just don't, you know." There was a lovely quote in the piece that was on the radio yesterday, tribute to Gary Sobers, where Clive Lloyd said he'd batted with him in his early Test career. I'll come back to that in a minute after Milnes has got this over underway. Oh, a push, a firm push at that from Bancroft. And apparently Clive said that they were batting together in a Test match and they were chasing a target, and Sobers went to him and said, "Young man, I'll tell you when it's time to go," in terms of when they were to press the accelerator. And he said that gave you so much confidence that he knew that you and him were going to see this through. Oh, that's interesting that Kent, I know Gloucestershire have been playing at these, but Kent have been bowling at seemingly fourth stump rather than third stump.
Whether that's a plan for Bancroft, especially because they're concerned about Bancroft being quite strong off his legs, so they're trying to bowl more in the channel rather than top of off, but that's certainly been where they bowled at him.
That's the push. Oh, wild throw from Everson, or attempt to run out. Got his angles completely wrong, and they were able to get through for a single, at least get Bancroft away from Milnes at the moment.
That was a really great chat, that, he says, putting back on his...
Oh, Clive Lloyd was brilliant. Yeah, just talking about
Jonathan Agnew. Yeah.
Talk of the watching Sobers out of a tree.
Yeah.
Outside the ground, he climbed the tree to couldn't get a ticket, so found some other ways to access what was going on. Bracey defends again. I should say Alice Bird will be back with us during this Gloucestershire chase. And if you do want to get in touch with us on the email through the afternoon, appreciate Sunday is a time when people like to keep computers turned off by and large, but if you're watching us on the stream, yours will be on. There's our email address, and welcome to hear from you during this afternoon. Deft dab from Bracey down to Parkinson, who's on the boundary in front of the apartments, down at third man. So Kent were 30 for 2 after 10 overs, just as a kind of a vague guide at this point. End of Milnes' fourth over. Beaten the bat a little bit, but so far nothing for him in the wickets column. Similarly for Stewart, and I think he has taken wickets in all formats this season, Keith Dudgeon. So he will be a miss out of their side today.
Oh yeah, yes, he's a very classy operator, and also somebody that I think just gets the team fired up a little bit, maybe.
So here's
a qualified game ranger, Keith Dudgeon.
So Stewart off after 23 overs, and this is Everson into the attack. So he said Stewart didn't take the new ball on Friday, bowled in the middle. They wanted to the ball to be a little bit older and chance of bringing back perhaps. But
we'll see whether there's some swing with this still new ball. I mean, it is a white ball, admittedly, but that ball at the far end is now only in its 4th over. Pulled away! Oh, off the hands of short mid-wicket, and Bracey has a life. It was snaking away from mid-wicket. Looks like Dawkins there. Can't quite read the number, but the figure looks like Dawkins. And it just seemed as though that one might have been one that needed to stick. Did get 2 hands to it. And Bracey a definite life on 18. Bancroft may have had one as well.
no, just to go back to that Bancroft one, there was no obvious dissent from Kent at the point. I mean, you wouldn't want to see dissent anyway.
Unless they just thought, oh, well, it's Treaders, isn't it? Clubman, he'd have given it. No. But you're right. From their positions, they then walked straight back. Now Bancroft's had enough and gets 1 bounce and 4 off what it has to be said was a slicing thick edge, maybe 180 degrees from where he was actually aiming that shot. So just like North East, actually, I mean, these are 2 classy players who have scored bucket loads of runs in their careers, who have been forced by sheer frustration to go for some wild swings, and a lot of them haven't come off, but Bancroft does get a boundary. Struck on the glove just to make him feel even better about things out there. But he's still there. Feel worse if you're in the pavilion.
You can't...
You weren't about to say you can't score runs in the pavilion, were you?
I was trying to think of a different way of putting that.
Another edge. There's no slip in place. Bancroft has just decided that he's going to have a bit of a mow at Joey Everson.
He thinks that he can't or won't let the first change bowler just bowl at him.
It's been a strange over. 6 runs off it, but none of any authority. 1 off the dropped catch, 4 off a massive hoy and an outside edge, and 1 off another thick edge. So 31 without loss. Strange game.
Yeah, Stewart is now fielding at mid-off, so I wonder if he might continue at this end after Milnes has opened.
Yeah, maybe. If they like, I don't know, maybe they've liked a little bit more bounce and carry that Milnes has got from this end, maybe thinking this is the end to bowl, quicker bowler from. Stewart would have a yard or 2 on Everson. The catch Singh's quite slippery. Good bumper on him.
Milnes, and once more, and that's forced past Denley, and that will run away to the longer boundary for 4.
It was slightly in the air, but it was certainly timed for the first time, really, by Bancroft. And sometimes you just wonder, actually, whether having a massive slog, especially if you get away with it, just maybe settles you a little bit. Just something to get the feet moving, I guess.
It was still only 11 off 26. I'll get 1 for that, though.
It's more classic Bancroft cricket.
I don't think even his biggest fan would say he's a pretty bat, would you?
It's funny because he can suddenly scream a gorgeous cover drive, but you might have to wait a while. but I mean, take nothing away from him.
Just floated up by Milnes.
And actually, that innings at Kibworth was a bit like that in terms of I can't. He really struggled on a tricky surface which had some serious up and down in it, and then all of a sudden I can't remember who it was. Might have been Holland. Ian Holland just smashed a ball straight back over somebody's head for 6 out of absolutely nowhere. He thought, where's that come from?
Kent desperate for a wicket or two here. There's some sort of in with only 208 to defend. Quite a few scores, sort of 320 or more around the country today. Elsewhere, Essex were a bit short of that at Chelmsford, but again they were over 250.
Well, Surrey are 75 without loss in the 9th over, chasing 255 set by Northamptonshire.
That's at Guildford, isn't it?
It is. Ryan Patel, 45 from 27. There's already been 4 sixes, including 2 off the bat of Dom Sibley. Getting back in the England side.
Put the flags out. Thickish edge from Bracey, but that will go all the way for 4. Milnes probably thinks there isn't a lot of justice in the world at the moment.
No, I think they might be feeling that the cricketing gods have been set against them today. I mean, they do have their deep third very wide. I suppose they know Bracey likes to drive square on the offside, and he's partly there for that, but that hasn't gone that fine. And it beat the fielder comfortably.
It comes back to what I think we were talking about right at the end of the innings. Was that Gloucestershire didn't want to get stuck in the blocks here. Wanted to get away quickly. Here's Everson again.
Winning out of the gloves. Benjamin. I don't think there was any bat on that, no. It's going to be signalled by umpire Shafayat, the most famous drinks carrier in English cricket history. Cardiff, 2007? 9. He was the one that was constantly playing for time with Monty out there at the end. Paul Collingwood having done his Brigadier block, and then Monty and Jimmy there at the end to block out the first test at Sophia Gardens. Bilal Shafayat was the one running on and off the field, and the umpires waving him away every time, and Ricky Ponting's blood pressure rising with every attempt to slow the game down. Oh, that's a play and a miss.
Just mention international cricket for a moment. Worth saying that England will play New Zealand here in an ODI September 27. That was announced, wasn't it, on Friday, I think?
Yes, all the fixtures were announced, weren't they, for next summer? Men's, women's Ashes. No men's test north of Nottingham in the Ashes, but Headingley will host the women's test. Which,
I don't think the Lancastrians were too happy about that.
No. I suppose with the addition of the Bowl as a test venue, something had to give. Confident looking drive from Bracey, but they've got short extra, cover, backward point mid-off. Gonna have to hit it with pinpoint accuracy to get it through that offside field. But yeah, I think Hampshire might have just quit county cricket if they hadn't been given the Ashes test this time, is the impression I get. There's some width. Just sliced for a single. And that will complete the first power play. So 42 without loss, plays 30 for 2. But well, they're scoring at exactly the required rate. Gloucestershire, they need 4.2 and over, and that's what they're getting.
Yeah, we're going to see Ikanch Singh for the first time from this Bristol Pavilion end. If you weren't with us earlier on in the day, Kent all out for 208, having been put in by Jack Taylor. A very determined 84 from Sam Northeast. And 42 from Ikanch Singh in fairly attacking mode. The two main stays of the innings. Northeast did not appear happy at almost any point with how he was playing, but he was just determined enough to stick around and try and get Kent to something that would give them a chance in the game. But with the first power play gone and the openers still together, Daniel Bell-Drummond has turned to Singer's first change from this Bristol Pavilion end, and braces away with a single straight away. He might want a second, but they're not going to take it. Everson's throw is quickly on its way.
Don't fancy a go on the bouncy castle later, Ian?
I can't even see where it is. Oh, it's over there. Yeah. That's probably meant for slightly smaller people than me.
Oh, you're a very svelte individual.
Steady. Sing to Bancroft, who has probably had nearly half a dozen of those today now. He's pushed at a ball that's been outside the off stump and not got a nick. Did he push as hard at this as some of the others? Probably not.
Too much. Apparently it's called a jumping castle in South Africa, rather than the bouncy castle. We found this out because TMS were here when there was one as well.
Single gets that a bit too leg side. Bancroft will only pick up one onto the shorter of the two boundaries, the one in front of the scoreboard on the manstand side. Much the shorter of the two today.
Fidos Mundo was here for one of those T20 World Cup double headers, and there was one there as well. And what bouncy castle? What's that? It really occurred to me that somewhere else would have another name for that.
I think that was dragged down, and Tracy would have felt he missed out a bit there.
I think I might also have felt something in terms of the beginnings of a bruise on his left side. It's a slippery pace. I can't see. Watched him bowl a fair bit in the championship match here earlier this season, and it's quite lively when he bowls his effort ball.
Pitched up and hit over the top by Bracey. 2 bounces out for 4.
So I think it was Ikanch Singh play one of these. He just saw it was that little bit fuller and not doing a great deal.
It's probably 5th stump as well. Bracey knew it was wide enough.
Such a fluent swing there.
He's just to pull that away towards Denley at deep square. Doesn't get anything on him. He's got his career best in this format at that win at Trent Bridge last year. Sorry, no. Sorry, that was the one.
Hammond, wasn't it?
Sorry, that was That was that Hammond?
Hammond got a 150 plus at Trent Bridge.
Ah, that's it.
Last
Yeah,
year.
sorry.
Yeah. Bracy's was a
224
224 here against Somerset.
Yeah, sorry, that was.
Yes, that pitch was over on completely the opposite side of the ground from this one. Very short boundary to the car park side. I don't think it would have been family fun day if, unless your idea of fun is dodging cricket balls getting smashed at you.
There have been a lot of youngsters on that area today.
Just finding the gap to the covers, Bancroft.
I'm sure that not all the youngsters would have been watching every ball of the cricket.
No,
and
possibly safer in the knowledge that it would take about a 110-metre hit to get it out there. But even so, hopefully the parents are keeping an eye on the ball at all times. Another pleasing shot from Bracey to bring up the 50 for Gloucestershire in the 12th over, and I suppose possibly having negated the... Oh, was that the previous year? Well, you might have been right in terms of Bracey getting a big 100 at Trent Bridge after all. It wasn't beating the 224, but I might be getting my years mixed up.
I was sure he got a big 100 against Notts last year.
Well, in that case, I'm thinking of the previous year, which is a bit awful because I'm pretty sure I covered that one for Sports Extra as well.
Hammond did get 100 against Notts.
Yeah, that was the previous year, wasn't it?
Season.
Or maybe even the year before that.
No, 24.
Yeah. No. Apologies, of course. Bracey 186. Mea culpa.
I mean, famous last words. This doesn't look particularly... I'll find the right word in a minute.
I've just been reminded also that as Bracey gets a leading edge there, that it meant that James Bracey had the 2 highest Gloucestershire List A scores of all time. So even without his 224, it would have been the highest in terms of club record. It's terrible. Slipping. It's a slippery slope from here, Ian. Again, just a single. There's not been many occasions where somebody's come off that boundary rope in front of us at either fine leg or deep third and been taken on for a second run, but there's not much requirement for that because, albeit they've certainly ridden their luck, 52 without loss after 12 overs is absolutely A-OK.
Oh, it is, and it doesn't look much to disrupt these two at the moment. Kind of feels as if it's... processional might be a bit a firm word, but there don't look to be too many bumps in the road for Gloucestershire at the minute. Almost a self-made bump there by Bracey.
That was your best try there.
Yeah. Bottom edge. Almost. You thought he should have missed out there.
I just love how expressive Bracey is. He's never one to hide his emotions, particularly when it comes to chastising himself.
Singh past umpire Treadwell. And just steered away by Bracey. Always knew there was one there, just using the pace of the ball out to Sam Northeast, who's on the boundary. This is a quick fire competition. This is already the third game. The group matches conclude on August the 11th, so it's all done very quickly. And if you go beyond that,
Would you get 2 days
yeah,
until
the playoff is on the Friday and the semi-finals on the Sunday. So
3 days?
yeah, 3 weeks.
3 days between the group stage.
3
and the
weeks
playoffs.
today is the semi-final.
Yeah, and then 2 days between the playoffs and the semis, and then over a month until the final.
A long wait. Bancroft waits for Singh. He does get it through the gap this time. Jaden Denny with an accurate return.
Final once again at Trent Bridge. For, I suppose, what would be now the
fifth, well, certainly the fifth year. Certainly the fifth year.
Yeah, 6th will be this year. It's been 5 occasions before that. I was there for the first of those in 2021.
What your line at the top of the this chase was that both these batters might think there's a century out there for them.
The thing is, if you can do what's going to be the hard work, and it has been hard work of you know, getting this total maybe not even halved, but if you could take it that far, then there's always the possibility that the heads just drop a little bit in the field.
Even at this point, you know, Kent's body language will they do well to keep themselves believing that there's still something in the game for them. There's the worm, which shows the chart in terms of the scoring, the relative scoring. Really no acceleration from Kent. And with Gloucestershire having left-handed options, with Hamland as well as Bracey. Parkinson might have to be careful which end he thinks he wants to bowl at.
Everson into his 4th. And a positive move from Bancroft, just rocking onto the front foot, finding a single. Yeah, I suppose maybe depends on who's out there when he wants to come on. If you've got 2 right-handers out there, he might think, I don't know, maybe better to have the leg side being the longer boundary, even with his ability to turn the ball. Everson looks frustrated there because Bracey's done almost nothing in his eyes to earn a single, but he's just taken a good ball and scored from it, and that was what Kent really struggled to do in their innings, just find a way even to take singles off Gloucestershire's good balls. They were having to really either block or then occasionally a big shot, but a lot of blocking of good balls. And that amazing ability Bancroft has to squeeze the ball off almost a straight bat down to fine leg for 1, which must drive you potty as an opposition.
You think you're a Coleman Papers difference from getting him LBW.
Yeah. Stop from Everson and his follow through there. Anytime the ball gets hit straight now, the non-striking batter so switched on because bowlers attempt that run out at the non-strikers end so much more often with a little flick on. So anytime it's hit straight now, you see batters go lurching desperately for their ground. Oh, he really opened up for that one, Bracey. past backward point, who's in very close. And 4 more to the Gloucestershire vice-captain. Wasn't that short or that wide, but possibly... He certainly picked the length of that one very quickly. You could see him preparing for the shot very early. Change of pace, same area off the drive, should just be 2. Look for Jaden Denley round the boundary, but that's ended up being a very good over for Gloucestershire.
Everson's not delivered any sort of break or real threat from that end. 4 overs for 20. You want more than that if you're Daniel Bell-Drummond at the moment. Alice Bird will be back with us at the end of the next over to discuss this Gloucestershire chase and no doubt other matters as well. Singh in, pulled by Bancroft over the infield. Safe, but it may not go for 4. It won't, in fact, and they will actually come back for a very gentle 2. It was in the air such a long time that by the time it did plug, they were able to amble back for a second run. Didn't time that really, clothed a bit.
There's a very one-sided game going on at Grace Road, where Lancashire made 383 for 4, Jennings 135, Leicestershire 22 for 3 after 5.
And the comeback from Singh is to pull another of those channel deliveries, which Gloucestershire have so far not got any edges to whatsoever.
Could be an absolutely thumping win for Lancashire, which certainly against Leicestershire, who looked to be one of the, I mean, you'd have said they were one of the strongest sides in this group, certainly at the start of the comp. It'd been upset maybe. That's unfortunate.
Bell-Drummond unable to affect the initial stop, and
if he just left it, it wouldn't have been a single.
No, I mean, a lot of discussion about players away with the 100. Of course, Kent lose Mayeye, Billings, and Crawley. So
well, there's a question as to whether Billings might play anyway. He might even a 50 over cup if one were had at another time.
So batters all. And Tracy again frustrated, and another bottom edge. But all batters there. The problems really are that Cohen and Clarkson are both injured, so that's, and obviously Dudgeon not in the side today, so they are weakened a bit bowling wise. And a lot has been made about various tables of who loses who, and Gloucestershire, of course, the only side who do not lose a player to the 100. As things stand. Worked away more orthodox fashion by Bracey this time. Only got 1 down to Everson.
Yes, they may not be losing anybody to the 100, but there are still the effects. The small matter of, I'm not saying for your point, but yes,
yeah,
but, injuries, six bowlers departing at the end of last season, and some injuries and absences.
Yeah, Matt Taylor and Craig Miles would obviously increase the options. Seeing into Bancroft. Another run quietly out to northeast. End of Singh's over. So it is, I won't say plain sailing for Gloucestershire at the moment. 68 without loss. We've had 15 overs. And Alice is going to come back and join Ed with apparently a winning position for Gloucestershire for the first time in this tournament this season at the moment.
Well, I thought one commentator's curse was going to be enough, but he's never one to do things by half, is our Ian. Hello again, Alice.
Hello. I'm going to try not to curse us.
Okay, well, I don't think it... After what happened in the first innings, I'm not sure that we could blame you anyway. I think it'll be squarely the fault of Mr. Randall if that were to happen. Have you been busy in your time between stints?
Had a little Q&A with some up-and-coming cricketers.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And
New
telling them
generation of
what
Gloss.
to do and what not to do.
Yeah. They asked me if I didn't play cricket, what sport would I want to play?
Okay.
And I can't play football, but if I was good at it, I would do it for the money, was my answer.
Right. Well, I mean, you say that, but I suppose that, like, the majority of highest paid female athletes in the country are cricketers, aren't they? I think
Yeah.
there's some stat, you know, like because, especially because of the 100.
Yeah. And those on IPL money aren't short, are they?
Well, I mean, you know, Danny Gibson, 190 grand for a month's work's not too bad.
No, I wouldn't turn that down. Bracey here looking a little uncomfortable with back of the length deliveries. Just wide of his off stump.
Yeah, what do you make of the start overall? It's not been easy going, but to be none down's certainly nice from a
Looking
home
a
side
little
point
more.
of view.
Sorry.
No, carry on.
Looking a little more fluid than Kent, I was going to say. I think they're rotating the strike really nicely, which I think is what Kent lacked up top. But yeah, I think this looks like an uncomfortable pitch to bat on in general. Anything full of a length and straight, they just seem to be blocking it out.
Yeah, nobody's really looked thrilled with proceedings. I mean, Bracey's played a couple of really lovely shots, but he's also been struck on the body a couple of times.
See that length, just awkward in height.
What do you think's making it that way?
Probably the weather with the pitch. You know, it's quite dry, looks quite hard and skiddy.
Oh, he's tried to have a go at that one into the onside, maybe just angling down. Well, get a second look here. What does umpire Bird think?
Going down. But if I was bowling, that's out.
I don't think the other umpire Bird would have been giving that one either. He wasn't famous, was Dickie, for giving a huge number of LBWs, I don't think. Yeah.
Just anything of that full of a length is just skidding on. It doesn't seem to, you know, come onto the bat nicely.
So in that case, do you think, in terms of the way they'll go about this run chase, that there's probably not going to be a sort of real foot down and charge? It's going to have to be more of a just patience and accumulate?
Yeah. I think Gloss are finding that flow, hitting the boundary riders, pushing ones and twos, and I think wait for the bad ball and target that. You don't want to force any shots on this wicket, I don't think. I think Kent looked quite positive against the spin. I think that's where you can target on this pitch, but definitely anything flat and pace on, you've got to respect the fuller one. Otherwise, like the Kent higher order showed, it looks like it's going to go through you.
Matt Parkinson allowing a back foot punch from Bancroft first up. So this could be a very interesting spell, this. We didn't see, as I mentioned earlier, a massive amount of turn in the innings for Gloucestershire, but until Akansh Singh really started to take spin down a little bit. Sam North East at a 6 as well. Easiest to get away either. You know with Parkinson that he's going to flight it up. He's going to give you every opportunity. So what you think is going to be an opportunity to hit him out the ground, and it might well not be. Well, Bracey has gone downtown. There's no long off.
6.
Indeed. May not have mattered anyway. Just clearing the boundary rope. They got to the pitch of that one nicely, didn't they? Only just got to clear the boundary rope by a yard or so. Now on the reverse. Hits it hard, straight to deep point though. So do you know your... This is a pretty pointless question anyway. Do you know your pitch allocation for next Sunday? As in, do you think you might be playing on this one, or do you reckon there'll be one for... I suppose there'll be one for the men's match against Surrey as well. Whether they'd use this same pitch, I don't know, but...
Yeah, we're never told.
Right.
I don't think. Management could be told. But I've never turned up knowing which strip we're going to be on.
Bancroft sweeping hard and for 4. Maybe against the turn, but it was a really smooth swing from Bancroft and 12 runs from Parkinson's opening over.
Like you say, it's not really turning on this wicket, so I think negating, you know, the ball like deviating is the way to go, smothering it on the bounce for sure. But back to what you said about the pitch, I don't think it matters. Like you're not really gonna have a bad pitch here at Bristol.
Yeah.
The ground staff are excellent, and even when it's a used pitch, it's obviously top quality. So I wouldn't, be too upset about which strip we're on.
So a return for Grant Stewart from the Ashley Down Road end. 3 overs in his new ball spell for 13, and returning actually from the same end that he bowled from in that spell, with Benjamin still up to the stumps.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good take from Benjamin. Quite with the gloves.
Bracey just seems a little uncomfortable on that line today.
Yeah, that's a shot that Bracey loves as well. I normally expect him to be firing that one through backward point, but still 47 to his name. More than decent rate. Slower delivery from Stewart. Looking forward to Cheltenham.
Yeah.
Eyes turning to Cheltenham this time of year.
Yeah, I can't wait. Cheltenham last year was, well, it was my first experience of it, with it being my first year at Gloucester, playing for Gloucester, and it just felt so. It was really wholesome because you really feel like.
Bracey's gone in the air, but he's got enough. Straight of mid-on and enough bat on it, and that is 50 for James Bracey. His 6th 4 to go with 2 sixes, and certainly a more satisfied raising of the bat for James Bracey than it was for Sam North East earlier.
Lovely shot over the top.
But yeah, it was a great crowd last year, wasn't there, for that?
Yes.
Was that Sussex doubleheader especially, wasn't it?
I think it might still be our biggest crowd to date, with 2,500 in attendance, which was very exciting. I went in and batted at the end, and it was brilliant.
Yeah.
It really was.
Well, it was fantastic to see how many had turned out.
Yes.
You know, for the whole day, and hopefully, whilst of course no T20 double headers at Cheltenham this year, hopefully
I feel like Cheltenham is like a gift for the true Gloss fans. That's how it feels. It feels like if you're Gloss through and through, you turn up for Cheltenham. That's very much how it felt, but it was lovely. It felt very intimate and just a nice like cricket environment.
Well, I think the message has been sent, really. You're not an actual cricket fan unless you turn up to watch Gloucestershire versus Sussex in the Women's One Day Cup on August the 8th.
You've been warned.
Yeah. We're calling you out. We've got all your details here at Gloucestershire. We know where you live.
You will get a warning email.
I'd probably better disclaim that before somebody gets us in trouble. I mean, it's technically true. We do know where you live, but don't use it, promise.
Leak all your personal information.
Yeah, that's
No, I'm joking.
It's not going to happen.
My first and last time on commentary.
I think it was me that managed to get myself in that particular
Just a little assist.
dilemma. Well, yes, yeah, but I think I got the spade out and dug the hole a little bit further. Again, Bancroft may not look back on this as one of his great innings in a Gloucestershire shirt, but at the same time, he's managed to get through the early spell and is finding a way now to rotate the strike. And I always feel with Bancroft that, and it's a silly thing to say, but any time spent in the middle is good time, really, even if he's having to grit it out. Down comes Bracey. Targets the area over extra cover. And a sliding save, yeah. Long chase around the boundary for Finch, who's somebody who quite often has the gloves on himself. Kent finds himself out at deep point, but I suppose the likes of Mega Hearn might not have much sympathy.
Well, she's
been keeping
an
up
excellent fielder and keeper. But if she doesn't have the gloves, she's so athletic, so quick to the ball. But it's, as you were saying about Bancroft, I mean, he has a wealth of experience and knowledge in the game, so I can imagine he brings a certain calmness.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
To the crease.
I think that's definitely his. It's quite zen.
Yeah.
Bancroft.
I was talking to one of the men, and they just described him as very Bristol.
He's quite Bristol, actually. Yes, he does. He's very into his meditation, I think.
Yes, I've heard that. Yeah.
Yoga. It's looking straight drive.
Wow. A little inside bit from the women's dugout.
Okay.
When we were at the beginning of our T20 campaign, it didn't go our way the first 2-3 games.
Well, it was a tough start that you were handed, wasn't it?
tough few teams. But we were getting a bit of nerves, especially with double headers. You know, it's quite big. A lot of us haven't
actually,
played.
we might talk about that a bit more in a mo. But sorry, go on.
And our S&C was like, right, we're going to do a guided meditation session before the game. And we got our first win of the year.
Okay.
And now it's become a ritual.
So was that at Canterbury?
Yes.
Then? Okay.
Yeah. We found a little meeting room in the hotel. There were a few giggles because it was a bit, not everyone's into that. But it was actually really good. We did some breathing and guided stretching and also just some visualization around, right, what is our barrier for today? And if we're in that situation, what is going to get us through this?
Well, it's not quite Adam Hollyoake bringing in a faith healer to combat injuries last year, the Kent head coach, one of the more bizarre news stories of last year's county season, but obviously something in the air at Canterbury. But no, I love that idea, right? And perhaps it's very Bristol of me to say so, but I think that's really, I think it's actually quite an underrated part of, getting yourself in the right space. For some people, it's just what they need.
I think we'll stay away from the voodoo stuff, but stretching and breathing never hurt anyone.
No. But no, actually, on those double headers, because know, there's a slightly different crowd as well, potentially, that come in for those double headers as well, and not everybody, as that will not beat mid off, not everybody will know exactly, I guess, exactly what they're seeing in terms of the fact that they nobody's sort of holding up a placard saying these aren't full-time professionals, you know.
Yeah. I think, like, obviously with the tier system coming in, we've you know, it's been a new environment for everyone with crowds, but even like people supporting us and not supporting us online, and kind of negating that. But like they say, all good character building. But I think in a weird way, when you get comments like that online, it actually shows that the game's growing. You've almost got to twist it and be like,
Yeah.
you know, people are watching us and clearly they care enough to leave a comment like that.
I sort of get that. I mean, yes, obviously you'd rather that weren't done at all, but at the same time, in a way, after I suppose the classic example, the fallout of the last women's Ashes, 16-0 down under, and almost a certain amount of surprise at the level of scrutiny that received, but that's because of what we want to happen in a way. Exactly. It's an unfortunate byproduct of it in a way.
Yeah, and I'm not promoting hate speech at all, but I do think that well, with the women's Ashes and stuff, actually, you know, if the men are going to be told that, so you know, and they have
equal
been.
hate speech for everyone.
No, I'm saying that with criticism from actual journalists and, you know, presenters on TV, if they see something, they're going to call it out. But you know, I think that's a positive.
Right, it's time for Ian Randall to come back in after 20 overs. So he's done nattering with the Gloucestershire women's captain at the back of the box.
And an interesting natter it was too. Hello, Alice.
Hi, Ian. How are you?
This is, at the moment, proved perhaps a little easier than we anticipated.
Yeah. I think they've clearly learnt from the Kent innings. I feel like they're really targeting the boundary riders and
swept on the reverse sweep by James Bracey, who is playing the more dominant part on the board here. I mean, there's not much difference in the amount of strike. In fact, Bancroft's had fractionally more, but it just doesn't seem. I mean, threat is an odd word, but not much threat from Parkinson at the moment.
No, he doesn't seem to be getting a lot of turn off the wicket.
Everson a little bit loose from the far end. There seems to have been, if there hasn't been there's not been a boundary ball in every over, clearly, because Gloucestershire would be further advanced if that was the case. Seems Parkinson to continue. An orthodox sweep, very fine from Bancroft. I'd get him 4. And if it's not your day, it's not your day. And Kent, from a point of view of not bowling perhaps as much at the stumps as Gloucestershire did earlier, they were bowling to the 4th and 5th stump line, and the plays and misses were plays and misses. No edge. 100 partnership up for the first wicket, and these two got themselves in, will feel they want to do as much of the groundwork as possible in terms of chasing this target, which is, as you can see, 209, and the rate is now below the one they started at. So
great signs here for Gloss.
yeah, David Payne downstairs just having a chat with Matt Milnes on the boundary. Former Players' Day. Former players. Well, was there a lunch for the former players today? James, he's just nodding at me. They've got a few luminaries of Gloucestershire's past. Paddle from Bancroft and misfield from Everson. They're going to run one on the throw, and they've come back for the second. I've certainly played in a few games like this where you feel as if it's going in an inexorable direction. Parkinson, it's too short, really. Easy for Bancroft.
That's one thing I feel like you can't take away from Gloss in the first innings. They were so disciplined with their line and length. Maybe
and is it hard for the fielding side in this situation now? You know, they still need another 100, but when you've got the openers together, and nothing is happening for you, is it difficult to just keep going relentlessly, trying to get a breakthrough?
it's a challenge, of course, you know, especially when Gloss with the bowling innings, you know, as soon as they step out into the batting innings, they do have the momentum there. I feel like Kent's score was below par, especially for this pitch. So they'll feel a bit down anyway, but you know, you can't let that get to you, otherwise Gloss are just going to carry on cruising here. You know, you've got to hope someone produces a little bit of magic.
Grant Stewart, punched away confidently by Bancroft. There wasn't much of a gap there between. He's got three men saving. Well, he's saving one on the offside. He's got a backward point, a square cover, and a straightish extra cover, and a boundary rider. And Bancroft still force that away through the gap. Go on. Yep. You'd like to
see Kent try a bit of change of pace here. I feel like they're just bowling the same ball, and these two openers are just getting their eye in here.
Bancroft works that into the onset. Will be a comfortable 2. See, there isn't, from my perspective, there's not a lot of options for further change. They could bowl Denley, who bowls a little bit of slow left arm, but they've only really got the 5 main bowlers in the side.
Yeah.
And we've seen all of those.
Just think the pitch is skidding on a bit. Maybe cutters and stuff would, you know, break the batter's momentum here.
And again, directionally, they've not been as accurate. Here's 2 more for Bancroft. Again, it was just slightly leg side from Grant Stewart, and they're just picking these off now. Ollie Price in theory due in next. Miles Hammond at 4. Okay. I'm sure wanting to have some sort of impact, but Hammond's form lately is, he got 50 on Friday at Taunton, but then got out when he was fairly well set. So he'd appreciate an opportunity to just be out in the middle again and see the team over the line if that's the role that's left to him. But at the moment, these 2 very short from Stewart, and understandably called a wide from umpire Shaffiat. That was a tennis ball bounce. Not easy for the keeper here either. He may have got the code that it was coming, but still very short. Not an easy one to judge for umpire Treadwell, because there's a lot of bodies in front of him, but he could see enough that Bracey was home. Yeah, pretty comfortably home actually. Tightish call, but when you're 116 for no wicket, you've probably got the momentum of the day on your side. chasing 209.
Yeah, the pressure here is on the fielding team to make something happen.
No question. Helped away by Bracey, and just over the outstretched arm of Parkinson. It's gone one bounce four. He's kind of picked his fielder there. Parkinson not the tallest. In fact, he's even suggested it may even have gone for six. I'm not sure that the only place we can really find out is on the stream here. And in fact, he has been given as a six. Parkinson thought it had gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, just. He's right on the rope. That long leg, that's the shortest boundary. And having started at the rate of fraction over four, they're going along at 5.5 at the moment. And you can't always pick when you win games by big margins, but maybe the opportunity here for Gloucestershire to get the run rate back a little bit. Is that ever spoken about in the dressing room amongst the women's team about sometimes about a margin of victory and whether you can win it faster, particularly if you're chasing?
I think we've spoken about that more in the Blast when we were in contention for the knockout semis.
So those last two games, the Leicestershire match and the Northants game in particular,
more for bonus point wins rather than. I think we also speak like if you're on the train and you're in the right direction, stay on the train. So it's a good
interesting phrase to use.
Yeah, if you're big up Gaz Dawson for that one. But yeah, I think we speak about if you're taking the positive option, it's working. If it's there, keep going with it. Don't go back into your shell. Take the game on.
And just to be clear, that is Richard Dawson's brother. Yes. Is that right?
Yeah.
So how did he? Do you know how he came to be working with the Gloucestershire women's team?
So he's always been
flipped away by Bancroft, just single out to Harry Finch.
He's always worked in the GCF and the boys' pathway. So he's been around as a coach for quite a few years with Gloss. But last year, when we had a few management changes, he came in and made a huge impact on our women's team.
Well, clearly his brother had a very, very good spell in charge here, and he's now doing well at Glamorgan, and he's being spoken about in, in England tones. So you can't believe he wouldn't have learned a little bit from him.
Yeah, he's just a straight talking Yorkshireman, old Gaz.
Well, and that's Richard all over. And Bancroft with a little paddle gets thrown to his 50, 65 balls and 5 fours. And he's had a series of 50s late, a couple of 50s in the championship, and 80 in the second innings, I think, in the game at Northampton in the championship. But would love to really push things on here. Bracey goes over the infield and just over the rope for 6 more. And
unfortunately, that's been dropped in the crowd.
Well, I'm not sure there's a reward for it being caught in the crowd or not, but he's got enough on that. Not sure that was. He probably wanted to go rather straighter.
Oh, come on! They talk about the breadbasket in junior cricket.
Parkinson floats that right up. Well, I think it's famously known that if you catch a ball in the crowd at the Oval, there's £1,000 reward, £1,000 prize. Certainly used to be the case.
Yeah, but I think that's the same for the IPL, isn't it?
Is it? Oh, doesn't quite happen in the One Day Cup. So Jazz Singh is on the field as a sub fielder for Kent. So is that Parkinson going off? No, it's not. So Ekant Singh come back from the Ashley Down Road end. But thus far, this has been an all-round team performance, hasn't it, from Gloucestershire? A full toss, which is hit straight to mid-off. I mean, I can't think of a catch that was put down in the Kent innings. All the bowlers chipped in.
Yeah.
And now you've got the opening pair absolutely laying the base for what should be from here.
Doable.
Yes, that's a very polite way of putting it. Yeah, it should be a very comfortable
It's
push towards victory.
yeah. It's nice to see Singh out there playing for Kent. He have you heard of the Dice programme?
You're going to explain it, are you?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the Dice programme is an ECB, I'm pretty sure, directive. It's the Diploma in Sporting Excellence, and it's for state school kids who are in or around academies to get extra training a couple times a year. And I was in it, and it's mixed with the boys, and so was this bowler now.
Ah.
So we trained a couple times together at Loughborough. It's good to see that he's clearly, kept going and now signed and playing here.
Yeah, and it's not just a bowler, as we saw earlier on today. He's not a batter without ability either. Thicky change from Bracey, but he might go for the second run, but Milnes' throw is quickly on the way back to Chris Benjamin. One thing about this competition is you haven't got to wait long to either pick yourselves up from a loss or try and keep the momentum of a win. Seem to bank it off till falls that past subfielder Jazz Singh, and it goes out for one more. Yes, having had 2 defeats, Gloucestershire will really appreciate getting their one-day cup campaign off and running. Generally, you can get into the knockout stages with 5 wins, but really you need 6, and there are only 6 games left, including today, so you can pretty much say they're almost in a position of a cup run. But it has to start somewhere, and it looks for the time being as if it's going to start with a win here. Kent have got 1 win already, and Bell Drummond is back on the field. So I know that you, Alice, were involved with the media and marketing team during last winter here a little bit.
Yeah.
Still at university?
Yes. Yeah.
Another year to do?
Technically 2.
Ah.
So I'm splitting my final year so that I can come down to Gloss more often, basically, to train and push for pro. Which means that I do pretty much all my modules in year 3 and then just my DIS in year 4.
Right.
And it just makes life a bit more balanced.
So do you do, effectively, are you doing kind of 2 university terms, and then the 3rd term you kind of don't do because you're doing cricket so much? Or is the autumn term more university based?
It will look as it would, just with less modules, basically.
Right.
So
Okay.
it would just mean I can put more time and energy into cricket.
Here's Jaden Denley. We did wonder whether he might get a bowl.
But also means that I can put you know, enough energy into both so I can do them both properly.
I was talking to Liv Daniels, who's not in the box anymore, your captain, Denley in, and worked into the onside, but not for a single. Just about that decision that some players in your group may decide that they wouldn't want to go professional. Reverse sweep from Brace is going to bring in 4. Sam Northeast is up inside the circle. Well, that was leg stump enough for Bracey to play that reverse switch hit down towards the apartments for 4. No, so some in your squad may say playing tier 2 is fine, but I don't want to go to professional because I've got too many other things involved in my life, or I've got a good career, or what have you.
I think we've got quite a lot of girls in their late 20s, 30s, and, you know, they love cricket and they want to play at a really high level with excellent facilities and coaching, but pro's just not their target
Not their
anymore.
thing.
Probably anymore, but you know, that's what's so great about tier 2, that, you know, you still get an excellent opportunity and experience at a high level, but you can have life around it and you're not completely contracted to a, you know.
Bancroft looks as if he's very happy with where he is at the moment out there. There's another comfortable single out to deep point. So would you, as the drinks break arrives with Gloucestershire 143 for no wicket, would you say that your target point for a professional contract is 2028 because you've got your university degree to finish first?
I don't really want to put an age on it, if I'm being honest right now. I'll probably regroup after, see where I am, see what my opportunities are looking like. But probably by the time I'm 27, definitely I need to get a real job. Need to move out my parents' house and get a job.
There you go. But the point of that is then you're seeing the degree as a very important thing for the rest of your life, whereas the cricket, you understand, might only be for a short period, but you want to try and do it if you can.
100%. And I think I'm very lucky is maybe the wrong word, but my dad played and had a career-ending injury in pro sport, and he put all his time and energy into sport and didn't then have something really to fall back on. So I've very much grown up in a household that has pushed maybe the education a little more than sport because of that, because they know that.
You can totally understand that.
Yeah, and also by the age of, like, I don't know, 35 plus, you're not, you know, your career is not sustainable for a lot longer, so you need something after your career if you have one. So I have been quite lucky that I've got that perspective and knowledge from my dad.
Sure. There's the graphic of the current position in the match. Gloucestershire were halfway in terms of their overs towards the Kent total of 208, but with openers Bracey and Bancroft having put together a really well-built opening partnership. They've been pretty ruthless on anything that's been loose. And compare that graphic to the one of the Kent innings, where there always seemed to be a wicket round the corner for Gloucestershire, be that from a bowling change or a bit of smart fielding. Jack Taylor took 3 catches, one in particular, outstanding one coming over his shoulder to get rid of Ekant Singh later on in the Kent innings. But there's the build in blue.
It just feels like Kent are waiting for something to happen here. I can't really figure out their plan and where they're searching for this wicket.
If they're waiting, that's surely the wrong option. Because they're getting to a point where they just haven't got enough runs to play with, you would think. 143 for no wicket, chasing 209 is, you'd say, it's going to take a miracle of. We've seen cricket miracles before, clearly, but it doesn't look like an attack that's going to suddenly deliver a 4 or 5 wicket burst from somebody. They're missing Dudgeon today for sure, but Gloucestershire have more bowlers who are out of the team through injury than just the one. Kent really don't have Curran or Clarkson either, but this is Ekant Singh, and that's pulled away by Bancroft for 4 more. That's gone behind square down towards the top office. And there may have been a chat between these two about trying to think about winning this, maybe with as much as 10 overs in hand. We'll see. Hope you've enjoyed being up with us for a bit today, and are you around at all at Cheltenham during the festival? Because obviously you play on the 8th.
Yeah, and the week after.
Indeed. So
Yeah.
you can't be with us on the 16th because you'll be out there in the middle. But if you're around on the 9th or the 11th, if you'd like to come back, then we'd be pleased to have you.
Wow, I'd expect a hefty wage for that.
Right,
I'm not cheap.
Good negotiation. We'll need to refer up.
Yeah, Neil Prescott, I hope you're listening. Thank you very much for having me, guys. It's been great.
And there is the breakthrough.
Well, just as I go, so does Bracey.
So does James Bracey. Caught off Ekant Singh. Thank you, Alice. Bracey out for 83. And Kent with their first wicket, but it's taken an awfully long time. And Bracey drags himself away, having perhaps felt that his 6th one-day 100 was almost within his grasp. But he's done, in a sense, what he needed to do today. And he's got the team off to a start that should mean completion of victory a little later on in the day. 148 for 1. And in the end, a fairly comfortable catch at deep backward square. Looked to have made a pretty good connection on it, but Singh with the opening wicket. 148 for 1.
Ollie Price.
Couldn't ask much more, Ed, of the openers when chasing a total like this to be at this stage just after halfway. And was it the drinks break? I don't know.
Well, it's so often said, isn't it? We said it in the first innings, and then of course it didn't bring a wicket, but well, not immediately anyway. And first ball that Bracey faces after the drinks break, but it was a ball that, you know, it wasn't. I think Bracey was more than entitled to take that ball on, because it's a ball that he'd probably be walking off rather than thinking, I wish I hadn't played that shot. It will be the sort of ball you'd say, I wish I'd hit that for 6.
Yeah. Harry Finch with the catch, by the way, out on the boundary, and Ollie Price in at 3.
But he is certainly stood out again today, Ekant Singh, with attacking 40 odd with the bat, and now picking up the lone Kent wicket. And so there are some cricketers who, it may be just in terms of bias, in terms of when you see them, but a couple of eye-catching performances here.
Interesting to hear Alice talk about the programme that he came through, which is aimed at, you know, boys in state school education.
Well, it's, you know, there's the Knight Stokes Trophy now at Lords, which is a state school cricket trophy and that sort of thing. I mean, there's long overdue programs now targeting state schools. And,
it's that thing of where is the untapped talent?
exactly, yeah, and you know, anything that gets more talent into the pool, and even if it's not playing, whether it's more people who can come through the gates and spread the love of the game. Yes, I must admit that wasn't something I knew about Accounting. I think he's at Durham University now, but it's clearly somebody with plenty about him.
Everton to come back from, this time, the Bristol Pavilion end. 5 overs for 21 earlier on. And Short, and Bancroft goes for a little deft clip over the keeper for 4. A steered scoop.
It was a little uppercut, I
yes.
think, wasn't it? Very short and pretty much just taken out of the keeper's gloves, snatched away at the last possible instant.
Deliberate shot.
It did actually get quite big on him.
It's got a little big on him as well, but he's steered it down to Grant Stewart at third man.
So I have to look back at what did Bancroft start with? I think it took him, was it 11, something like 11 balls to get off the mark. So probably since he has started scoring, he's scored at a run of ball since that point. And it's remarkable, really, in another instance of how you don't have to attack at the very start of your 50 over innings and you can still come away with a great result at the end.
Everson to him. Well, there are numerous examples. That's only Price actually on face facing. There are numerous examples of players who start slowly, and you look at the ball at the end, and you look at their contribution.
I saw Mr. Stokes do exactly that for another time in his career. I think he was about 4 off 17 at one stage and ended up 108 not out in the game I saw at Derby the other day.
Price defending. I wonder if I don't think there's been uneven bounce in this pitch at any point today.
Really, no. It's been a few that have maybe popped a little bit, but I'm not sure you'd go so far as to say that, no.
Price, wasn't sure where that had gone, but he's got off the mark with one out to Finch.
Some quite one-sided games in Group A today. You mentioned Lancashire all over Leicestershire. Was a little bit of a recovery on now, but they need 307 to win from 32.4 overs to Leicestershire.
Everson. Bancroft can't pierce the field this time. Up to Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-on.
Somerset.
End of the 27th over, and only from here 55 to win.
Somerset posted 337 for 8 at Taunton with Lewis Goldsworthy making 100. And Warwickshire at 82 for 4 after 17 overs, so 256 required from 33. And at Guildford, Surrey, 173 for 3 in the 29th over, needing less than 4 runs and over with 7 wickets in hand to beat Northamptonshire.
You would have thought that ought to be doable on a small ground like that.
Surrey the next visitors
Yes,
here.
yeah, day-night game on Friday, 2 o'clock start. Here he's singing once again to Ollie Price. I'll just look at James here. I'm actually thinking that you can buy a ticket only for the second innings on Friday from 5 o'clock. Yeah, you can buy a ticket from 5 o'clock.
Right.
I thought that was right.
No, it's always a fun one, the Bristol day-nighter in this one-day cup, and worked quite well the last time Gloucestershire played under lights here against Surrey. Short ball, and Price will get at least one, and yeah, deep enough that there's a second run on offer, and Everson trying to get Bancroft at the non-striker's end. I don't think that was ever going to work. The speed that Bancroft has. Another shot which probably been a boundary on the other side.
I think you felt Kent needed to get probably 2 reasonably early wickets, maybe even 3 wickets to give themselves a chance in this.
Yeah.
And with every time the opening stand ticked up another 10, you felt that their chances were dripping away. There didn't look to be a surprise element in their attack that would turn that round. It would have needed to have been a team effort, as the Gloucestershire effort was earlier in the day.
Almost a bit of untidy cricket there as the throw temporarily escaped the keeper.
So earlier 3 wickets for Williams, albeit 1 in his first spell and 2 later. Charlesworth 3 wickets, 1 in his first spell, 2 later. 2 for Ahmed in 2 spells, 1 for Aman Rao and 1 for Ollie Price. It was very much a chip situation.
That's a good-looking shot from Bancroft, and for 4. It's piercing that small gap between backward point and deep cover, and with it being such a short boundary, not much time for Harry Finch to make it round the boundary. It's a bit of a trademark for Bancroft, that one, that square drive, just hopping back, front leg opens up. And
was that the voice of a particular supporter?
Well, there were a couple that made themselves known in particular. Front foot drive this time from Bancroft. They'll keep the strike at the end of the 28th. Just 47 more required. People have got their feet up down below us on the picnic tables. The deck chair picnic table combination from one spectator who seems to be drinking some red liquid. It's not wine, but possibly a flavoured cider or something.
I'm right behind you in the queue. Should say, in terms of our coverage on the stream, we will be here, of course, on Friday for the match against Surrey. 2 o'clock start. Here's Everson. Bancroft can't get that away. And then on Sunday the 2nd, Gloucestershire against Derbyshire. I think, Ed, you're leading the coverage on the Sunday the 2nd, are you?
Well, I don't know about leading it, but blind leading the blind there. But yes, I'm certainly on it.
And that's a 10:30.
Yes,
Against
so
Derbyshire, and that's in the women's 50 over, and then coverage will be, of course, of the away games in the One Day Cup, both at Old Trafford and at Rugby School, and then We head to Cheltenham from the 8th of August.
Yes, 3 50-over matches in 4 days, starting with the women against Sussex on the 8th.
Worked away by Price for a single.
Nottinghamshire and Northamptonshire, the opponents for the men's 50-over
And
games.
I think, and given that we probably know which way today is heading, Gloucestershire have to try and get to Cheltenham with some sort of a mathematical chance of further progress. And to do that, they've probably got to go to Old Trafford and win, and go to Rugby School and win, and beat Surrey here.
Well, I suppose in terms of beating Kent, it means that there will probably only be one unbeaten team left in this group in the Notts Outlaws, because it looks as though the Leicestershire Foxes are going down today.
They play each other on Tuesday.
And you sort of need it to be the kind of group where everybody's going to beat each other a little bit, probably. I mean, of course, the ideal thing is that Gloucestershire could do the opposite thing of last year and lose their first 2 and win their last 6. That would be the easiest way of getting it done. But it may be that they need it to be the kind of group where somebody could get in with 5 wins out of 8.
Price, a little dab down to third man off Everson.
But in which case the likelihood is, and it's not definite, but the likelihood is that that may come down to net run rate then. And that means that when you get an opportunity like this to win, you don't want to give the opposition anything. You don't want to give away wickets and give them an opportunity to get back into things. But if you've got an opportunity to win big, as Gloucestershire do here with 43 required from 21 overs, then yeah, it's all worth taking that, you'd think.
Yeah, they want to be, if they can, winning with certainly 10 overs to spare, if not more.
And of course, they do have a substantial deficit from their first couple of games to make up as well, but it would eat right into that, and may even be that they can get themselves into positive, possibly well into positive numbers by the end of this one. And Parkinson to return, so 4 overs for 39, having a go from the Ashley Down Road end with a shorter straight boundary. 2 right-handers in now, shorter offside boundary to target the minions over extra cover. He wants to hit to the very short boundary, Ollie Price. I'm not sure if we've picked that group out on the stream yet, but
we did. We saw them earlier. Middlesex's net run rate after their win today, chasing only 67, 2.955.
Surprised it isn't more. Crosses stump sweeping, be pushing for a second, but no, not there.
That's in the other group, of course.
Yeah, so Middlesex have already gone to 3 wins out of 3. Durham look very strong, especially in the batting lineup, but Lees, Stokes, Ackerman, Rhodes, Ollie Robinson keep coming at you. Croft setting off briskly, but again, Matt Milnes, not the fast bowler out at deep mid-wicket, but showing he's rapid across the turf. But if you missed that earlier, Middlesex 66, they were set now 67 to win by Glamorgan earlier on. Well, that's hit hard in front of square by Price, and I think even though it's a long boundary, there's no catching that from Matt Milnes. It's a good shot from Price, and it's the thing with that sweep shot that prolific sweepers can turn a sweep shot into at least 3 or 4 different shots in terms of a paddle, a finer, harder sweep. Sweep it square, get it a long way in front of square like that one. forces a field change with another fielder dropping back. Opens up a bit of space on the offside. You can see what he was going for, but quite the connection. Derbyshire seem to be spluttering against Essex in the other group as Parkinson inquires. Still thinking that must have been desperately close. Did that come off? That's come off his glove, hasn't it? I think it's glove and then it's rolled up a bit after that potentially. Anyway, not out. 172 for 1. Yeah, Derbyshire, very strange looking scorecard at Chelmsford where they were 113 without loss and now they're 147 for 4 with Kame on 94 not out at the top. Anderson made 33 and then everybody else is single figures after that. Harry Kame 94 out of 147. They need 111 from 21 overs. Sussex struggling mightily against Yorkshire, 92 for 5. Yorkshire made 325 for 7.
They've
100
lost
for Will
2 already.
Buxton.
Yeah, they've lost 2 already, I think.
Sussex?
Yeah.
They've lost 5 now. 92
sorry.
for 5. Oh, so you
Two
lost
matches.
2 matches. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry,
2
gotcha.
matches,
Gotcha.
There's a cloud over the Seat Unique Stadium just at the moment, and Jaden Denley into Cameron Bancroft. So many runs scored square of the wicket.
Yeah.
So rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
It's funny, isn't it? 'Cause it's like you grew up in Western Australia having to play square of the wicket because it's so bouncy. And in his Gloucestershire career, it's to score square of the wicket because it's not always the sort of, and admittedly, again, this is changing a bit, but it's not the sort of surface you can always drive straight on.
Pleasantly played in the V by Ollie Price up to Everson. Long off. Kent needed a firecracker of a spell from somebody today, and no one's really been able to come up with it.
Sort of had a feeling it had to start with Milnes up front and got several plays and misses out of Bancroft, but don't know.
That's all they were, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know whether you...
Swept again by Ollie Price, 4 more.
That's another different sweep shot from Price for a boundary. I'm already seeing a couple of those. But no, I was going to say, I don't know whether you'd levy the criticism of, did they just not quite bowl at the stumps as much as Gloucestershire did? Was that what was needed, maybe, even though they were getting plays and misses, they were getting movement? I'm not sure. I think maybe they just needed one of those. It was the sort of day where, as far short as they were with the bat, they were going to need every edge like that to be an edge and carry through. And of course, they may have had the opportunity off the inside edge that looped through behind.
Bracey was missed, wasn't he?
Yes.
Well, that's probably 4 more. Ollie Price in this, almost in the same place. Kent didn't move the field, and Denley kind of, that is almost 2 straight.
Yeah, especially with the big
gentle
step
enough.
across Price makes, isn't it?
Gently enough. And that could be a 3rd boundary in the over. There's a chase for Everson. He'll just cut it off. And they'll take 2. There might have been a 3rd there, which they want another day in a more pressing situation.
Might have been a little hand on that from Dawkins at extra cover just to slow it down a fraction for Everson to cut it off. Outburst in that over from Price, suggesting that maybe they have had the discussion of,
Can we
let's have
finish
a bit
this?
of a go now,
Yeah.
Get it done as quickly as possible, as there's no jeopardy on the outcome, you wouldn't think, with 24 needed and 9 in hand.
Yeah, only Milnes with any sort of reasonable economy today.
Bancroft looking to the new over that one leg side, and short mid wicket still in fairly close. I mean, Kent have got to keep fielders in pretty close, try and take some catches. Almost finding the gap between short third and backward point, Grant Stewart. There's a fair amount of Grant Stewart to get down to the turf, and he did so well. Three dots, which I think at any stage might frustrate Bancroft a little bit. I mean, certainly he's a very calm individual out there, but let's see whether that produces the big shot. Kind of.
He probably just wants a red inker from here, I would suggest.
Mm.
It would be mathematically possible, but you feel unlikely for him to get to 100 from where he is.
Yes, he'd have to score all of them and then get to a point where he could win it with a 4 or a 6, wouldn't he? Scuffed out is the offside, so Parkinson just managing to drag his figures back a little bit in this over. Nicely bowled to finish. It's almost got the feeling of Kent now possibly even thinking about saving some overs even of seam, because they could have had a sort of last gasp move to a Milnes or a Stewart, but instead they're bowling spin in tandem, which has been quite expensive, and there's almost a move of, well, we know we're losing this by a decent margin, so long season, etc.
Yeah, they're off to Farrington, I think, this week to go and play at the new Lancashire venue. Steered away, and that'll be 4 more for Cameron Bancroft. He can't sing with the dive to try and stop it at short fine leg, but no joy there for him.
The cheek of it. Right off the stumps and
Yeah,
paddled away, dinked for 4.
the bouncers of fortune have not gone Kent's way today, but they have been outplayed, really, you'd have to say. Gloucestershire they've been better in every department.
And I think they just struggled really to diagnose what was going on with the bat, didn't they? They had to find a way to at least rotate the strike more, I think.
Generally can't believe that hasn't got through somehow.
Price just looking around to check his stumps were still intact. It's reached the stage where there wouldn't be much celebration for a wicket, so perhaps he just felt like just give it a check.
Dabble from Price doesn't give himself a single. $17 overs to go after this one, but Gloucestershire won't be needing all of those. Only 14 to win. Ball in the air from Price, straight to deep backward square, and in front of the minions. The catch is taken, and Price has to depart. A wicket for Jaden Denley. No great celebration, but Price's brief cameo with plenty of sweep shots finishes with one that he got underneath, and the catch comfortably taken out at deep backward square, and Gloucestershire 191 for 2. They only need another 18 more. Price would have been frustrated to have got out for that, I fancy.
Yeah, again, it's probably was not a bad length to try and have a bit of a go at, but whether he was halfway between helping it and going for the big slog sweep again, he's probably like Bracey, really, like both dismissals, just walking off and thinking there was every chance of
That was it.
six.
That was the end of the over. Miles Hammond is in, and there are the details of the international to be played here at the Seat Unique Stadium at the end of next summer. New Zealand have never lost an ODI in Bristol. They will be looking to maintain that perfect record as they build towards the Men's World Cup. You can register your interest now on the Gloucestershire Cricket website and be amongst the first to hear about ticket information and the on-sale dates. So that is the 19th of September next year, England against New Zealand in the One Day International here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Miles Hammond is in at number 4. He's not on strike. Not on strike at the moment.
No, that really is getting very close to the men's 50 over World Cup starting the following month. And Kent at least managing to drag this out for a few more overs here than it looked as if it might have been when they had quite an expensive over a couple ago. Bancroft rolling it along the ground to long off. So Hammond, who is in his championship position, batting at number 4, has come out here without a great deal to do. He might well have thought at halfway stage, tricky surface, especially the way it started, a dropped catch and a potential caught behind appeal. Comes straight down, finds extra cover straight away. But
T20 mode, Hammond?
Maybe. He might have felt that, might have had plenty to do, but such is the job that particularly Bancroft and Bracey and Price with a cameo as well have done. He's not got much to play with, but he's going to have some fun and clear the sight screen as well. A mighty 6-second ball from Miles Hammond, and whether he's been given the brief or whether it's just Miles Hammond fancying a bit of 45-mile-an-hour spin, Parkinson's always going to ask the question. He's always going to tempt you. And Hammond getting to that one, and that would certainly have cleared this straight boundary, never mind the one towards the flats. And he's going again, but he's not got it. Should be a wicket for Parkinson, and taken. So Hammond not quite 6 and out, but dot 6 and out. And Matt Parkinson has a wicket.
Another catch for Kent Singh. He took the one off Jaden Denley in the last over, and he's pouched that one as well. So Hammond goes as rapidly as he arrived.
Possibly Jack Taylor to come out with exactly the same brief.
I'm sure. Skipper wants to finish it. Only 11 needed.
And whoever comes out now, really, Jack Taylor, Darrywell, even Van Buren, then maybe I think it wouldn't get that far. That really would be stumbling over the line a little bit. But even so, it's not quite the case that if this were a game of American football, you'd be calling it garbage time, but...
And what does that refer to?
Well, it's a sort of game, I mean, it's a bit like, there is, I suppose, an equivalent in rugby, you know, maybe you're in like the 75th minute or something and you're down by 30 and you score a try. It's not, it doesn't have the same value as a try scored in a game 20 all in the 75th minute.
In the same way that Parkinson wasn't really celebrating the wicket.
Well, goodness knows you take them, but still, it's a situation where Hammond's gone out there and has looked for a quick finish to the game, which is what the team want, and going again and not getting hold of it. So a slip in here for Jack Taylor. He's defending. So still 11 needed.
but this is a convincing win.
Yes. Yeah.
Look at the margin. It's not just the. It's the margin and the overs. A side can win with 3 overs to spare by 7 wickets, and you think, oh, that's well paced. But this is a position where really they were fractionally ahead after the end of the first power play with the opening pair together, and they've kept that momentum virtually right the way through to a stage where at the drinks break in this second innings, but the openers were still not parted. Bancroft, as Denley starts the 35th over with a little steer down against the end of 5, they could pick up another couple, and the 200 is up. So 2 blows will win it from here. And after a sequence of 3 defeats in a row, if you include the quarter-final of the T20, good to get back on the positive side of the result from a Gloucestershire perspective. Kent will know it's 1 win and 1 loss, so far from out of things.
This really has been a blueprint of how Mark Lane would want the rest of the competition to look in terms of that discipline with the ball, some really committed work in the field, and a chase which has started off diagnosing that it wasn't particularly easy, and then as it's gone on, they've been able to open their shoulders a bit.
Denley, Jack Taylor can't beat Dawkins, who dropped a pretty catchable chance off Bracey when he made 18.
Out.
And Jack Taylor's gone. Now another wicket for Denley with a catch to Chris Benjamin. It's the faintest of edges. And in trying to finish this quickly, Gloucestershire have lost certainly 2 cheap wickets. And just about everybody knew that was a nick.
It's just sort of skidded through, didn't it? It's the when Van Buren was bowling earlier, and in his first 6 or 7 overs where they were really struggling to get him away, it was that sort of length. He got several plays and misses on that cut shot, and Jack Taylor's managed to nick one off that sort of length, so Darrowell will get a bat.
Only his 2nd match in this format, obviously. First team format anyway. Played at Kibworth. Sorry, his 3rd game.
Yeah.
Hadn't played before the tournament began this season.
There's usually somebody that looks at spin, especially if it's a tall wide of off stump. That launch over extra cover has been
Prominent.
what he's like to do. Yeah, certainly was rather prominent in that extraordinary record breaking from a Gloucestershire point of view, 50 at New Road. Not this time.
Same shot that Taylor tried to play, didn't get a nick. Denley with a couple of cheap wickets at the end of this, well, the dying embers of this match, really. In his 4 overs, but Gloucestershire only need 8. And they are going to bowl the spinners right to the end, as you suggested. So the quicker bowlers, at least not having more miles in their legs.
No, and they've Not done a bad job, the spinners, actually, of doing the sort of job that might have been done anyway. They forced Gloucestershire into not just being able to come down and smash the winning runs easily. They're having to eke these out.
And to be fair, their 11 overs have cost 80.
Overall,
Yeah.
yes. Probably in the last 4 or 5. The majority of those runs wouldn't have come. One more closer. 7 required. I don't know whether, again, whether anybody goes out with these sorts of messages, but sort of guess maybe now with Darrywall, you might just say, well, let's just get this done any old way. But again, Darrywall, the sort of player who might not back down from the challenge Parkinson will give him. And we'll get off the mark. So they are one blow away. Not much from Bancroft in the last few overs suggested that he would be thinking about getting it done with one swing of the bat. The bounce to short mid-wicket certainly went after that ball with a bit more anger than some of late. Well, everybody's going to be back home in time for tea on Family Fun Day. Well, almost. Still quite a few of the kids still there in the activation zone. I don't think I'd want my bowling speed measured with that device. Darrowell slapping through extra cover, and the fielder will give up the chase. Scores level, and there is that shot through extra cover that we're coming to associate with Cameron Darrowell.
All on the ground that time. So who's got the dubious privilege with the scores level of bowling the 37th over? The answer is Jaden Denley.
You might be thinking about a 3 for or more.
So,
because it's going to be everybody in as well.
So Bancroft, who was there at the start, will he be there at the end? He will. And Gloucestershire pick up their first win as Bancroft punches Jaden Denley away through extra cover for 4. A win in the 37th over by 6 wickets. It might even have been a little bit more comfortable than that, but Hammond and Taylor perished in pursuit of an even more rapid win. Bancroft, though, 85 not out, 89 not out from 98 balls, and a return to form really for him after some starts, games in which he hadn't really gone on and made a significant contribution, but an all-round bowling performance from the group. 3 winning wickets each to Williams and to Luke Charles has really set this up. It didn't look a 208 pitch, did it?
No, I don't think so. It wasn't easy, but I think probably just Kent never able to get themselves in a situation after Akansh Singh was out especially. He was the only one who was able to come in and really provide some impetus, and that just happened a bit too late in their innings anyway. And as you say, was set up from up top really, as Bancroft is greeted off the ground by his teammates and by the spectators who've made their way round to that part of the ground. And as you say, I think for Bancroft, he'll be delighted to have finished that off and had the red inker at the end and finished 89 not out. But it was the bowling up front, Williams and Luke Charlesworth ending up with 3 fors apiece, but they were more than backed up by Ahmed and Rao, and the decision to play the extra seam bowler today has certainly paid off in terms of that pressure that was kept on after the first power play, and the spin certainly chipped in a bit as well, but it was mostly about the seam bowlers bowling straight, top of off stump, not deviating when Kent weren't hitting them off their length and just staying patient, and they've stayed patient with the bat as well, and that is a very satisfying win, I'm sure, from a Gloucestershire point of view after a tricky start to this year's One Day Cup.
Yeah, defeat at Kibworth, albeit quite narrowly. A defeat at Taunton when they got themselves into a position where they might have challenged towards the end, albeit more than 350 on that ground was an awful lot to chase. But wickets shared, as you can see on the board, on the graphic there, and then Bracey and Bancroft with the decisive phase of the game, you would say. Kent needed early wickets, and Gloucestershire put together an opening stand of 148 before Bracey was out just after the drinks break. And thereafter, Bancroft, with the accompaniment of the middle order, got Gloucestershire over the line. All the other matches are still in play, so we don't know where Gloucestershire will sit in the table until the end of today, but they are back here at the Sea Unique Stadium on Friday, 2 o'clock start against Surrey. Surrey lose 17 players to the 100, remarkably.
Boo-hoo.
But they will bring, I'm sure, still a strong group.
Well,
Because
yes.
they have just about the deepest squad in Championship cricket.
And it looks as though they will go to 2 wins from 3 today, and they've had, I suppose, a tougher season than some in terms of not finding wins in the Championship easy to come by, and the T20 where they bowed out at the quarter-final stage as well. So they might be looking at this competition in a slightly different way from, I think, possibly the way that they've looked at it in previous years.
Yeah,
so
they need 35 to beat Northants with 7 wickets in hand and 12 overs to do it. So they should be winning that. A reminder, you can buy tickets both for 5 o'clock onwards and for the whole match on the Gloucestershire Cricket website. Thanks for your company today. If you've joined us from Kent, I hope you felt our coverage was a fair reflection of what you saw. I'm sure colleagues at Lancashire will look after the Kent side of things when they go there later in the week, and we'll be back with you on Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock. Thanks for James Healy for his work on the cameras today. Thanks to Alice Bird for her company on the commentary as well. And enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. We'll see you on Friday at 2 o'clock.